Okay, welcome to my tier list of every single Beatles song. Um, I won't ramble on too long before we get into it, but there are a few things I want to preface before we do. One being, I'm a gargantuan Beatles fan, if you can't tell from my YouTube channel name. So I will be ranking in relation to each other, not just, songs in general, because that would be impossible. Secondly, I didn't make this list, I did edit it a bit. Um, but there are some Anthology 1 tracks here I won't be including because I don't know why they're here. I'm just doing the main studio albums, the 12 studio albums, as well as all the singles. I presume they're here. I haven't, looked too in depth to make sure everything's as it should be. I can see some spelling mistakes, but anyway, we'll let that slide. Um, Other thing is, I'm just going to do it per album. So I'm not going to do it, necessarily in order because I know a lot of people probably aren't as interested in the early Beatles songs. I love them, so I will be. But yeah, I'll just do, whatever album I feel like in the moment. The other thing is not all the songs are shown right here, so more will be visible as I put them in the thing, which is going to make it a little difficult. We'll see if that works. I don't have the track listings. Actually, yeah, I can get it on my phone. I pretty much know the track listings anyway because I'm a nerd. But I'll do it in order if I can. But the first album I want to start with is Help. I just feel like Help is a nice kind of middle period Beatles album. So fuck it, that's what I'm gonna do. Gonna give kind of a little rundown of what I do and don't like of each song as well, but I'll try not to get too in depth because otherwise this video will be 3 hours long. So, starting with Help, we got the song Help. Absolute killer track, obviously. To me, it's just pop perfection. I think it's aged really well. I love Paul's bass on it. I think the harmonies are really clever. Definitely prefer the stereo version to the mono, which has, I think, a much better vocal take. For some reason, the mono uses a different lead vocal. And yeah, it's just a phenomenal song. I think it's one of their best early period tracks. And just an example of pop gold. So I'm going to put that in S tier. I'm not going to bother doing in order. I'm just going to chuck them in. It doesn't matter. This isn't a ranking, it's just purely tier list. The second song on the album is The Night Before, which I think I saw here. Night Before was really good, but I'm not in love with it. It seems to be a bit of a fan favorite. It is, it's a good track. I don't think it has anything about it that really stands out to me too much. But it's good. So I'll put it maybe D. Again, these songs are in relation to each other, not music in general, because that would be ridiculous. So a D tier track is like amazing to me. I love The Night Before. I think it's a great song, but I'm a massive Beatles fan, as I said. So yeah, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away is a beautiful track. Let's see if we can find it. I have a feeling it's not here. Oh no, it's right there. Yeah, really nice tracks. Again, seems to be a fan favorite. One of the more popular tracks on the album. Supposedly, could be about Brian Epstein. I'm not sure I believe that. Yeah, good lyrics. I love John's vocal on it. Really vulnerable. I think he was singing really well at this time as well. I'd probably put it maybe C tier. It's definitely a bit of a sing-along song as well. You got the hey, it's it's a good song. It's not killer to me, but it is, yeah. And by the way, Help is actually probably my least favorite Beatles album. Still love it. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely think it's fantastic. But yeah, it's not phenomenal to me. Most tracks are going to be in C to S. And I think I will do adjustment as we go through the list, as I kind of get a better picture of what is, what goes where, and yeah. Next track in the album is I Need You. The song's never really done it for me. I think it's nice. I think it's got a nice melody, nice lyrics. George is not my favourite singer in the band. So typically I like songs that John and Paul sing just because I like their voices more. I mean, not necessarily, but it's a part of it. I find the pedal guitar a little awkward. I think that's kind of the biggest detractor from it. A part of me really likes it. I like the unique sound of it, but a part of me does think it's a bit kind of awkward sounding. I think it's a track that works better in mono as well. Sounds a bit more full. I'm probably going to put it in D tier, I think. Definitely behind The Night Before. I think I like The Night Before more. Another Girl, I think, is really good. I love Paul's lead guitar work on it. I think if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't appreciate it as much as I do. But I do really like Another Girl. What else to say about it? Yeah, not too much to say about it. Another Girl, just a really catchy, good pop song with some good guitar. Next track is You're Gonna Lose That Girl, which is another just pop perfection kind of song. Just super great melody, just absolutely brilliant, melody writing. I think I'm gonna put that B tier. I think my biggest issue with Help is I don't find the instrumentation, the arrangements, as interesting as previous albums and subsequent albums. I'm someone who really likes listening through headphones and just, taking it all in, paying attention to the bass playing, the guitar playing, like all the individual elements. Rarely does too much stand out. Like albums like Rubber Soul, it feels like every song, everyone is making an impression. Whereas Help, I don't really feel that way. But even Beatles for Sale, I can, there's a lot of great guitar work on that, a lot of just unbelievably good harmonies. And Help, by Beatles standards, I feel like it's just less consistent with that. So while You're Gonna Lose That Girl is a phenomenal track, it's really because of that melody and the vocals. So that's why it's not S tier like Help, because Help, I love the bass playing. I think the harmonies are some of the best. It's also got that perfect melody, and great guitar on it. So, Ringo's drumming on that's really good as well. So that's why it's not quite as memorable per se. But a track that really goes to show that they still had it in them is Ticket to Ride, which is just phenomenal. Again, like Help, I think it's aged really, really well. I think You're Gonna Lose That Girl has too. But Ticket to Ride is timeless. I mean, I think it's probably the song of that early period. I mean, we're kind of going to the middle period here, but I think it is the song of the early period that holds up the best. I love that droning guitar bit. Again, harmonies. It's just so clever, so innovative. There's nothing that sounded like that in 1965. It is completely to itself. And it's just so effortlessly cool. Like, it's just an awesome, laid back, yet confident song. Like, it's timeless, and I never get tired of hearing it. Act Naturally is one of 2 covers on the album. I'm going to include covers. I like a lot of their covers. I think they really put their own spin on it. I really like it. I think it's really warmed up to me over the years. I think I used to hate it. Maybe hate's a strong word, but, I was never too fond of it. But, I like a bit of country. Not that I listen to it, but when I do, I'm not offended by it. It's good. It's a perfectly good track. Ringo does a good vocal on it. Oh, I love Paul's harmony on. Oh, excuse the alarm. Paul's harmonizing with Ringo is just awesome. Like it's so cool, and it's the exact same effect on Rubber Soul with Ringo's track on there with John. They just yeah, I love hearing uh, yeah, really strong melodies with Ringo. Kind of wholesome. So yeah, it's a really good track. It's a shame there are covers on this album. I mean, Hard Day's Night didn't, but that one's a good one. I don't resent the fact that it's on the album at all. Again, is it like a strong Beatles track? No, but it is good fun. It's Only Love is one that John Lennon wrote off, calling it. I can't remember what he called it, but he was not fond of it. Personally, I've always liked this more than You Gotta Hide Your Love Away, which I think is kind of along the same line. It's another ballad. Again, to me, it just sounds like effortlessly perfect songwriting. It is just a really good track. So I'm going to put that in B. It is really good. I don't think it's quite A, but I really like it. Great lyrics, again, great vocal as well. Really vulnerable, unusually vulnerable for John Lennon. Although we had a few tracks on Beatles for Sale, but yeah, we're getting more into that territory, I think, of introspection. You Like Me Too Much, this is kind of where the second side of the album doesn't fall apart, but it does kind of have a bit of a decline. Except it rises pretty quickly, but still. You Like Me Too Much. It's okay. I'm going to give it a quick little listen. I'm so familiar with it, but you know, just to see what stands out to me. It's a fine track. I feel like they're doing a bit of experimentation on this one. Where is it? There it is. By Beatles standards, it's probably... I'd say it's an E. Not far off an F. But I do like it. That's the thing, is I love... There's not a Beatles song I don't love. Or like, you know. So it makes it really tough. When I say F, it doesn't mean I hate it. Like, it's just not good by Beatles standards. It's bottom tier Beatles. It's good, but it's just a bit, you know, in the verses, it's just that piano, George's vocal, which I'm not crazy about, especially on this track. And then the drums, like, there's not a whole lot going on. But it does have some interesting intros and outros, got some interesting moments in it. Yeah, it's just not really good in any real way. Again, by their standards. Tell Me What You See is kind of along the same lines, but it is better. I love the again, there's quite a bit of experimentation, I think. Not Tomorrow Never Knows, but you know, like there is definitely some creativity on display here, and they're doing new things. Again, I'm going to give it a quick listen. Okay, I love the chorus. The way it builds and then kind of falls down again with and the drum break in between, you know, after the chorus every time. Really cool. I just think the verses are a bit lacking. Good, not great. I've just seen a face. Where is it? I've seen it. Really good. Really, really good. I'd put that A tier. I don't think I used to think that much of it, but I've definitely come around to it. Is it A or is it B? Because I don't know how much better it is than You're Gonna Lose That Girl. Very different songs, but I would say they're actually pretty similar in quality. It is very short. I think it is a B tier song. It's probably a bit too excited about it. I love the intro, the dual acoustic guitar is really cool. And to me it's just so melodic. Like it's just so, there's much movement melodically. Yeah, really, really strong little folk track. Okay, the big track. There's 3 big tracks on the album. Help, Ticket Ride, Yesterday. They're the 3 standouts. Yesterday, of course, though, is the Help track. One of their biggest tracks, most covered song of all time. It's gorgeous. Of course it is. Paul's vocal is amazing. Orchestration on a pop song by a rock band was very innovative at the time. Very influential. I mean, what can you say about Yesterday that hasn't been said a million times before? It's phenomenal and it's timeless. Has it been one of my personal favourites? No, never. But the older I get, the more I appreciate it. It's a beautiful song. Now, that's where the album should have ended, in my opinion. I don't think I'm alone in that, in that opinion. Dizzy Miss Lizzy is, I think, the single worst cover they ever did. I find it grating. I don't find any Beatles song grating except this one. It is a definite F tier. There are many... I'm not an album track skipper. If I'm listening to an album, I'll listen to it start to finish. I will sometimes just stop the album at Yesterday, because I do not care for Dizzy Miss Lizzy. I don't hate it. And depending on the mix, I think the mono's better. I actually don't mind it live. I think when they played it at Shea Stadium... Is it Shea Stadium? I think it might have been Shea Stadium. I think it works better live. I just don't like the way it was recorded here. And it's just kind of annoying. So that was Help. How are we going? A lot of middle tier stuff, as expected. This is, again, my least favourite Beatles album, so the fact that we got so much in the middle here speaks volumes as to how much I just adore this band. Is Help a disappointing album? No, it's superb. I think Help is amazing. And when I was younger, I think it was my favourite early Beatles album. Not to say I overdosed on it. I don't think that's the issue. It's just the more I've cared for, started paying attention to the individual elements, what each musician is doing, I think the less I appreciate it. But still awesome. Okay, the next album I'm going to do is a late one. I might flip-flop between early and late. I'm going to do Let It Be. Funny enough, just by chance, this is my second least favourite Beatles album. Excluding Yellow Submarine, because I think that hardly counts. But, yeah, sometimes Help's my least favourite, sometimes Let It Be is my least favourite. They're kind of tied. I think Help is more consistent, is the thing. Let It Be is much more inconsistent, but I think its highs are generally higher. But then it doesn't have anything like Ticket to Ride or Help on it. So anyway, before we get too much into that, because this is going to be a long video. Two of Us is a beautiful little folk song, really touching. Love the harmony on it. That bass line that George came up with practically on the spot is like integral to the track, really lifts it. Really, really good. And it's another one like Yesterday where the older I've gotten, the more I've appreciated it. So that's an A tier song for me. Dig a Pony seems to be quite divisive. A lot of people do not care for Dig a Pony. It's always been my favourite track on the album. When it comes to absolute favourites, I'm usually very consistent. It's everything in between that I'm less consistent with. This list could change tomorrow. This list could completely rearrange in a week's time. This is not definitive by any stretch of the imagination, but ever since I've been listening to the Beatles since I was, 9, 10, 11? I can't remember. I'm 24 now. Dig a Pony, I think, has always been my favourite song on the album. And I'm going to tell you why after I give it a quick listen. It's kind of got everything I like about the Beatles on it. In the late period especially. Really just amazing soulful vocals from John. It's got dynamics. Quieter moments, bits where it really pulls back and then, it gets quite uplifting. I love that. I don't know music theory. I can't explain to you in depth, but yeah, great harmonies, great bass playing. Ringo's drumming's amazing. Really tasty guitar work on it. It's just a great track. Maybe not the most melodically astounding song, I think where it's probably the weakest aspect of it is probably the lyrics because it doesn't really mean anything. Now, a lot of people will write off entire tracks because they don't mean anything. For me, that's not that important. I think as long as they're still evocative in some sense, that's what matters most. And I think even in things that are meaningless, you can still find snippets of meaning. Because it's really hard to write something that means absolutely nothing to you. And I admire, a good imagination, and that's John in a nutshell. The dude's imagination was crazy creative. So even in a song that really overall doesn't have any message or, I don't know, purpose to it, there's still good lines in it. And I think it's probably high B tier. It's funny. It's my favorite song on the album, yet I don't rank it as highly as Two of Us. How does that work? Why is that? That doesn't make any sense. This is the issue with tier lists. I think because we all feel like we have some kind of objective standpoint. The thing is, I don't feel that way about music. I think it's just purely subjective. There's no objective quantification whatsoever. And yet, still, I feel like Two of Us is somehow the better song. Okay, that's just stupid. I'm going to put them both in A because that doesn't make any sense. Across the Universe, a real classic. Yet, one that's never fully vibed with me. I think I'm kind of with John on this. They never found the right arrangement for it. And yet, that being said, I don't dislike any of the ones there are because there are multiple versions of this. I think the anthology version is probably my favourite, kind of the White Album period of it. White Album's my second favourite album of all time. So I really like, what they obviously I like what they're going through on that album. But we'll be judging, based on each album. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the, probably the best example of their poetry. I think it is pure poetry. I think it stands perfectly. You just read it. There are not many songs you can just read and it holds up, perfectly. You need the music a lot of the time to drive that emotion. But Across the Universe just stands by itself. I'll put it... Oh, it's tough. I'll put it C tier. I think I need to be a bit harsher with these. I need to remember, how much I just adore. I don't adore Across the Universe, but I do really, really respect and admire it. And enjoy it, which is obviously important. I'm in Mind is next. I think this is some of Ringo's best drumming. Again, really dynamic. That chorus is... I don't think it's a great chorus, but I like how different it is to the verses. It's got a good vibe in the verses. I just think it loses a bit of that vibe in the chorus. It's a good track. I think it's really elevated by the drumming. A strong effort. But I'd probably only put it along with Across the Universe. Let It Be is another classic that's never quite blown my mind. But I still really admire it. Again, the older I get, the more I appreciate it. It's a hard song to follow. The album version is definitely the better version, as it features a better solo than the single version. Another one where it's kind of a perfect song, but it's not one that, really speaks to me as much as other Beatles songs. But very mature piece of songwriting, I think. I mean, it's one of those tracks more subtly than something like Eleanor Rigby or Strawberry Fields, where it's like, who could have imagined that the band who was writing things like She Loves You would go on to do Let It Be? Like, it's a very mature track, but it's not, beat you over the head, I mean. Yeah, anyway. That's tough. That is really tough. It's B or A. I think it's A. Again, it's probably one I respect more than I, again, like, personally, like, love. But I do really respect it, and I do, again, really enjoy it too, of course. Dig it. It's just a bit of fun. It doesn't, it's extremely short. How long is it? I mean, let's have a look. It's 49 seconds long. It's a bit of fun, just a bit of a prelude to Let It Be. I just realised I did Let It Be. Let It Be's next, not Dig It. But but where else does it belong than Air? If like it's 49 seconds, it's kind of just like a prelude to Let It Be. But it's fine. Like, I like it. A lot of people don't like those bits on Let It Be. I think it's great, and I think it adds a lot of characters to the album. But regardless, that's where it's going to go. The other thing is Maggie May, which I'm not seeing here. So I don't know if that's just not... I don't know what this is doing here. Is it just not on the list? Or is it just not here yet? Like, why is You'll Be Mine here? I don't know why that's there. I don't even know what that is. And I've listened to Anthology 1 a lot of times. I'm not including that. We'll have to pass on Maggie May for now, but we'll get back to it if it comes up. I don't know why it wouldn't. The next songs, I've got a feeling... It's funny. Recently, I've never thought much of the song, but recently, I've really, really gone into it. It really rocks hard, gives the album a bit of an edge. It's kind of something about it strikes me as a bit old school, but at the same time, modern for 1969. It's got that good blend. I don't know what strikes me as old school about it, but it always has. I think that's why it hasn't quite gelled with me. But I really like it now. I like the lyrics. I like the interplay between John's bit and Paul's bit. It's just a really good rockin' track. It's probably a B tier song. The one I'm not that fond of is the one after 909. It's a bit of good fun, but it's nothing much, really. To the point where I'd say it's one of my least favourite later Beatles tracks. Excuse the chair squeaking. Yeah, probably an F tier. An F tier song, I think. But I enjoy it, and I even really like their early take of it that never released until, Anthology. Yeah. But this is where the album really drags for me. It's one after 909, and, up until recently, I've got a feeling would have been where I would say there's quite a decline for the album. The next one is another classic. It's amazing for an album that's not rated that highly. There are so many... There are, 3 number 1 tracks on this album? Like, it's just ridiculous how high they set the bar. I've never been that crazy about The Long and Winding Road. I find it really drags. In every version I've heard of it, it is a bit of a drag. It's pretty, but not amazing. Oh man, it's tough. It's definitely better than, stuff like Tell Me What You See and You Like Me Too Much. But I don't even think I like it as much as Act Naturally. I'm going to put an E. It's going to be a very controversial take. But that's where it's going. The other one I'm really not that fond of on the album is For You, Blue. Probably my least favourite George track. Second least favourite George track. Not crazy about For You, Blue. Yeah, I think that's an F. And I think that's the thing with this album. There are 3 Fs. So it's genuinely higher quality than Help. But then you've got just a few duds. I like it. It's okay. I get what they were going for. It is definitely unique. I respect it for that. But not one I love. Last track on the album, besides Maggie May, is Get Back, which, again, number 1 hit. It's good fun. Doesn't really mean anything. I love Paul's vocal on this. I don't know if he ever sang like this again or before. It's just amazing. That dude was a vocal chameleon. Yeah, bit of good fun, but just a not nothing, you know. But it's probably a bit too straightforward for my taste. Again, if I was ranking it in a vacuum or against, you know, just everything out there, I'd say it's a fucking great song. But by Beatles standards, I'm just not that crazy about it. So it's probably a C tier track for me. And I think that wraps up Let It Be. Okay, the next album I'm going to do is, as I said, I'm going to do, you know, flip-flop between later and earlier. Just, you know, whatever I feel in the moment. Next one will be With the Beatles. Not a favourite album by many, it seems to be pretty low. The thing about Beatles albums is it could be anyone's favourite. Like, it's pretty incredible. I've met people who say, I've met someone, a young guy like me, youngish, who said that Beatles for Sale is his favourite Beatles album. And that wouldn't be a favourite pick by many. And I've met, again, someone my age who says that Please Please Me is his favourite Beatles album. I think With the Beatles and Yellow Submarine, if that counts, are the two albums that are pretty rare to be picked. The thing is, I love this album, especially in mono. The stereo mix is terrible. It has its charm, actually, but mono's definitely the way to go. And I love its rock and roll vibe. I'm not always in the mood for it. But the thing that I really appreciate about this album, even though it's quite inconsistent by their standards, is the opening 4 tracks. I think this, along with Spoilers, Revolver, and Beatles for Sale, I think the opening 3-4 tracks are just absolutely phenomenal. Only issue is I don't see the first track on here. In fact, I don't see many with the Beatles tracks at all. So what I'm going to have to do, I think, is add another row below and just chuck some tracks in there just to kind of make some space. Hopefully the others will pop up, but it doesn't look like any more are coming up. Interesting. Is there a limit to how many songs can be included or something? Let's just see what happens. It's my first time using this, so I'm not really sure how this works. Okay, I just found a way better list. And I probably needed to give my voice a bit of a break as well. Sorry, I'm moving the mic. So yeah, this actually has every Beatles song on it, which is a good start. By the looks of it, at quick glance, it seems fine. No anthology tracks, better format. I don't know why people don't use this. I just assumed the other one was all there was. Yeah, so as I was saying, With the Beatles has my favourite 4-track opening to any album ever. So that's how it's going to go for these first 4. It Won't Be Long is pop gold, but, you know, definitely on the rock side of pop. Jeez, excuse me. This is just a raw, unfiltered ranking, isn't it? It Won't Be Long, yeah, it's got that classic early signature of the yeah, yeah, yeahs and, you know, the harmony counterpoints and everything. The dynamics, I love so much. It's fantastic. And I think if it was a single, it would have done really well. I get why it wasn't, but regardless, I think it would have been a massive hit. Like, it's just crazy that this is not only just an album track, but I'd say even a deep track. Like, I don't think It Won't Be Long is, unlike All My Loving, which wasn't a single either. But, you know, lots of people know All My Loving. People don't seem to know It Won't Be Long. Like, it's not an early staple, which is crazy because it's just phenomenal. So I'm going to go as far as put that in S. I love it. All I've Got to Do, gorgeous ballad. I would kill to write a song this good. I've tried. I can't. John makes it sound easy. Again, the dynamics are great. I love the chorus really builds, and then the verses are quite soft and tender. And yeah, Paul's drumming on it is Ringo's drumming is really good on it too. I love the sound of Paul's bass on this, which is rare for this album because it doesn't have the best bass response. Just flawless, just sensational vocal as well. Really, really good. Unreal. I can't believe so many consider it just a bit of a nothing track. And to me, it's sensational. All My Loving, obviously they open Ed Sullivan with this track, so that's what has a bit more notoriety than the rest. Really noteworthy for John's triplets on the rhythm. Incredible rhythm guitar playing. Great harmonies. It's timeless classic. Holds up so well. Paul's vocals so good. Yes. Don't Bother Me. This is one of their funkiest tracks. Like, it grooves so well. The guitar playing is great. Really good feels on this by Ringo as well. Paul's bass is great as well. Like, there aren't a lot of songs on this album where everybody really makes an impression, like I said on Help. But this is certainly one of those songs. Like, everybody is just giving it their all, I think. And this is the first song George ever wrote. Is just unbelievable to me. It's got a really dark vibe. It's strange for such an upbeat album. Something about its production does sound a bit raw and kind of dark to me in a cool way. And so this definitely has a vibe to it. Especially lyrically. Like, it's unusually pessimistic, but not overdone. Like, I don't know. I just think it's absolutely sensational. S tier. I love it. I'm sorry, I don't get sick of these 4 songs. And it kind of is downhill from here. The rest of the album's still really good. I love With the Beatles. It's not one of my favorites, but it's funny, we're kind of doing this in order of least favorite to favorite so far, but that's just been coincidence. Little Child, the lyrics have aged really poorly. I think if anyone's actually genuinely bothered by the lyrics of this song, they kind of need to grow up a bit, because it's obvious this is, come on, child, as if, But just, I get it's like, your first reaction is to be like, oh, that's kind of weird, but especially the, I'm so sad and lonely, that's kind of, doesn't help, but, it was the time where they just spoke like that. It's good. The harmonica on it is really cool. Not particularly memorable. Not exceptional in any regard. Even the vocals I don't think are that good. Pretty weak. But still, I think perfectly enjoyable. So that's an E tier track for me. But yeah, obviously quite a significant decline. Till There Was You is a cover. First cover on the album. Really beautiful, quite daring for a band like this to do something like this, but they nailed it flawlessly. The vocal was flawless. George's guitar solo, which I think is original, I don't think it's just copying the original track. Well, anyone else who covered the song, I think that was entirely George's creation, and often pointed out as really good piece of playing. Sophisticated, like, again, I'm not really a musician. I don't consider myself a musician. But you don't need to be. I mean, it's obvious. It's a great piece of playing. And I think it's a nice song. It's not, you know, I definitely prefer the Beatles originals, generally speaking. But it's a good song, and I do rate it. I think it's nice. It's probably only about a C, though. Please, Mr. Postman. I love their girl group Motown kind of covers. I think a lot of people aren't drawn to that kind of stuff nowadays, and that's why albums like with the Beatles aren't held in higher esteem. This and rock and roll, like straight rock and roll, I think people, again, generally speaking, nowadays aren't that keen on. So that's why tracks like this aren't in high favor. Even for someone like me who does appreciate Motown, I just prefer the Beatles originals. Still, it's a good track, and it's a popular song. I mean, to this day, "Please, Mr. Postman" is a popular song, I think. But if you're talking to like classic rock guys, they're probably not as, favorable towards it. Again, making broad statements here. Yeah, George does well on vocals. I love the call and response. Very typical of Motown. Yeah, it's a good track. Probably don't like it as much as I used to. But it's good fun. It's probably C tier as well. Roll Over Beethoven. George does well on it. Got a nice raw rock and roll vibe to it. It's probably a C tier. I just realised I wasn't sure I actually said it, so I had to go back and check. I said George saying "Please, Mr. Postman." No, he didn't. It was John. He's saying "Roll Over Beethoven." He did a good job on "Roll Over Beethoven." John did a good job on "Please, Mr. Postman." Yeah, really good, energetic tracks. Like, there's so much energy to these. It's just infectious, and I love it. "Hold Me Tight" is probably the song that gets bagged on this album the most, and it's not really undeserved. It's quite forgettable. A Beatles original, not exceptional. Along with "Little Child," they're not great pieces of songwriting, I'd say. A lot of people say that Paul's vocal is quite out of tune. I don't know if I'm just tone deaf or what. I'm not really hearing it. Like, it's obviously not a flawless vocal tape. It's rock and roll, so who cares? I don't think he's so out of tune that it detracts from the song at all. I don't think it's notably more out of tune than any of these, the other early tracks. Maybe a little bit, but not to any point where it affects the enjoyment of the song for me. This is not an exceptional song. Again, it's quite forgettable by their standards. It's probably an E. "You Really Gotta Hold On Me" is one that, since the Red Album remix came out in 2023, has really grown on me. I've just developed a really real big appreciation for it. John's vocal, oh my god, so good. But it's just such a great melody, and it's catchy, but not annoyingly catchy, because it's not an upbeat song. Who sang this original? I'm trying to remember. It's right on the tip of my tongue, and it's escaping me. But anyway, fantastic. I think one of their better covers, for sure. That would be, I think, A. And I wouldn't have rated it that highly not that long ago. "I Want to Be Your Man", bit of a filler track. Funny enough, it was the Rolling Stones' first hit. Really knocked off this one. Wrote it on a bus or whatever. I don't think they put too much effort into it. Ringo does a good job. Got a lot of energy to it. I love the background screaming and stuff. Always love that stuff. Good fun, but again, not the most memorable song in the world. Probably a D tier song. It's just good fun. And there's nothing wrong with the good fun. That's the thing. There's nothing wrong per se with these tracks. They're just not as good as these. "Devil in a Heart's another Motown song. Quite an obscure track, apparently. I've always really liked it. Call response, vocals. Just, yeah, I think it's a really good melody. I'm going to give it a quick listen. Okay, I just gave a quick listen. It's actually been a little while since I've heard with the Beatles, but again, yeah, no, I know these albums like the back of my hand. I'm gonna make some adjustments here. Hold me tight. I'm gonna put an F. I do think it's better than all of these. It's quite close to an E, just not quite. I Want to Be Your Man, I think is one of the dirtiest songs. Like, like it strikes me as a song that would have been perfect in the Cavern Club. It just has that atmosphere to it. And Devil in a Heart, oh my gosh, I love the bass line on the song as well. Really elevates it. So I'm going to put that. I'll keep it in C. Sorry, C. I like it better than the other C tracks of that album. It's not better than Get Back. Not a second time. Okay. It's funny. This and spoilers, There's a Place are two early tracks I adore that are not mentioned that often. To a lot of people, this is a deep cut of little significance, very easily written off. But there do seem to be a lot of people who have a special appreciation of it, and I am one of them. I think it's amazing. I think John captured something in the song that is really unique. I love Ringo's fills. I love the piano bits on it. I love it's got kind of a dark vibe to it. And it's addictive. It's strangely addictive to me. So I'm going to put that as high as an S. I don't know. Is it an S or is it an A? I don't quite love it as much as I used to, but I do really rate it. Well, it used to be my favourite song on the album, easily. I think it's an S. I'm sorry, but I really love it. Money, that's what I want. Again, really nice, raw vibe. Really kicks off at the end, just takes off, and I wish it kept going. I wish it kept staying on that, because it's one of the heaviest early tracks. But it just doesn't stick with that bit long enough for me. It's good. It is really good. But it's not amazing. And for some reason, it's the only stereo track on the first two albums with centered vocals. I don't know where to put it. It's probably a C track. But it is really good. I'd put it about there. And that is with the Beatles. And before we move on from it, one thing I just want to say about that album, again, I really like the production on it. Please Please Me sounds a bit more smooth, a bit more polished somehow, which is funny because it was recorded so quickly. With the Beatles, sounds raw. It is their most raw album. It just has a dark, like I said, a dark kind of sound to it, which I really do. And I love some of the guitar sounds on this album as well. Yeah, just dirty. And I think Money is the best example of that. Yeah, great tone. Next album I'm going to do. And now we're getting out of order for sure. First, Maggie May is here, so let's just quickly sort that one out. Oh Dirty Maggie May, it's not much, you know, it's a bit of a novelty track like Dig It, so I like it perfectly fine. It's a bit more of a song than Dig It, word is. But still, you know, it's just kind of like another interlude, I feel like. Okay. Next, we're going to do Magical Mystery Tour. Starting off with Magical Mystery Tour. This is an A tier track for me. High A tier. It's better than all the other A tier tracks we have so far. I think it captures what they were going for perfectly. I love the outro, that vibey little outro, even if Paul's bass gets out of time for a sec. Yeah, there's a lot happening in this track. And it's got real excitement to it. and you know, kind of serves a similar purpose of what Sergeant Pepper's title track serves for that album, for Natural Mystery Tour. Although it doesn't reprise, obviously, and it's not really a concept album, but yeah. Awesome, just awesome. Great. Uplifting pop psychedelia, like it, yeah. So creative, but great. Full on the Hill, a very singular song. There's nothing that sounds like it. Very unique production and arrangement on it. Paul's vocal is to die for. Oh my god, it sounds so good. If you know anything about vinyl and, you know, famous Beatles pressings, I've got the Hortzu. But even just the, you know, the one you hear on stream, like, it just sounds so good. Immaculately produced song. Yeah, just a real mystical kind of exotic feel to it, and a timeless melody, and that vocal was, yeah, again, to die for. Oh man, I think that's an S tier song. I think it is, yeah, just phenomenal. Flying is kind of an instrumental interlude. Again, definitely a vibe. This whole album's so vibey. So psychedelic. It is the most psychedelic album, I think, by a long shot. Definitely the most consistently psychedelic album. Yeah, it's good. It's not, again, the most noteworthy song. It's probably one of the least, really, for one of their later tracks. But it's cool. Like, it's a cool little track. Probably put it in D, I think. But I really like it. And I wish it went on a little longer, I think. There is an uncut version of that, but it actually kind of loses its steam, I think. So I think they cut it where they should have. Still, really cool. Like, a part of me... so let me clarify that for a sec. Part of me wishes it went longer, but then actually having heard where it goes, I appreciate where they cut it. Yeah, if that makes sense. Blue Jay Way is one I'm quite conflicted on. Sometimes I'm really into it, but a lot of the time I'm not. I like it. Again, really vibey, atmospheric. Not gothic, but it's probably the closest they got. You know, way before gothic music existed. I think it just could have done with a bit more instrumental variety. But it's a cool production effort as well. There's a lot happening. Oh, this is far and away better in stereo, by the way. I don't think the mono is missing elements. It's the opposite case for most of their discography, but the mono of this song's actually quite dull. But the stereo really lifts it. Yeah, good. Definitely not a favourite though, and I think it is the weakest song on the album. Besides Flying. So I'd probably put it C tier. But it is good. I'm going to say that about everything. You know, I love all this anyway. I'm not going to repeat myself too much. Your Mother Should Know, cool little, what would you call it? Vaudeville? I don't know if you'd call it that. One of Paul's contentious granny songs. I think it's cute, and it's got a bit of suspense to it, or something. I don't know if that's quite the word I'm looking for, but it's definitely got, you know, it's a bit minorish, which I think is cool. I feel like it could have done with just a little something. It just needs a little something more to really elevate it. It doesn't quite have it, but still really cool little track. Maybe a bit lightweight is the other issue. Is it C or B? It's probably C, but it's high C. I'm the Walrus is... I always say this to people. To me, there is no precedence for I'm the Walrus. There is nothing that sounds like I'm the Walrus before I'm the Walrus. It is an astounding piece of creativity. yeah, and there's so much happening in it, especially in the second half. I think or maybe the last quarter. Really, I think it elevates after the bridge, or after the sitting in the English garden kind of thing. Only issue is in stereo, it cuts to mono in that section. At least not with the remix, but the original stereo mixes, and it's kind of a weird effect. It doesn't quite work. Not that it was on purpose, really. I'm nitpicking. I mean, it's a phenomenal song, and it's just singular. I mean, this and 21st Century Schizoid Man by King Crimson, like, nothing sounded like these before these songs. And I don't know if there's any other songs I can think of that I can say that for. S, for sure. Hello Goodbye, another contentious song because it is really lightweight lyrically, and that is the biggest detractor for me as well, is it doesn't mean anything. It is meaningless. What's the word? I can't think of the word. It's meaningless. But musically, phenomenal. Perfect arrangement. There is a lot happening in this song, and I love all of it. That bass line is to die for. One of Paul's best bass lines. One of Ringo's best tracks for drumming. And great harmonies. I love that outro. Very cool little outro. There is so much to love about the song. Paul's vocal, oh my god. So good. Just so good. I think the musical depth more than makes up for its lack of lyrical. And because it's so upbeat and happy and joyous, I think that turns people off. I think a lot of people see happiness as meaningless. Unless art is, reflective of sorrow or the inner workings of the mind, I think people tend to dismiss it, and I think that's a shame. I think this kind of joyous side of the Beatles is, essential, and I really appreciate it for that. Now I think people have more credit to say that this song in particular is too lightweight because it doesn't mean anything. Anyway, going a bit of a tangent, I think it's fantastic. Probably a low S, but it is an S. Strawberry Fields Forever is my second favourite song of all time. Not the most original pick in the world, but it is kind of like I'm the Walrus. I mean, what sounded like Strawberry Fields before Strawberry Fields? And I love this song in every incarnation. I love the demos. I think have a really unique, gorgeous quality to them. I like the two takes they stitch together each. I think they're both really cool. But the version we got is a masterpiece. Not a word I used lightly, but it is unbelievably good. And lyrically, just in every single conceivable sense, it is remarkable. Penny Lane is one I've never been quite as fond of as others. I really like the lyrics. I think it's quite evocative, really paints a picture in your head of this place, Penny Lane. Don't know how much it really has to say about it though. And I think musically doesn't have quite as much depth as Hello Goodbye. And so I don't find it as interesting. Lyrically, for sure, definitely more interesting. Musically, not quite. Great bass line on it though, really cool bass line. Again, I just adore Paul's vocals on this. No one sounds like Paul McCartney. Like, he just has such a beautiful quality. I think especially in Peppers and Magical Mystery 2, he had a really distinct sound, and it's just beautiful. Yeah, really good. And, there are lots of great moments in it as well. The key change is awesome, so uplifting every time. But this has never quite, blown my mind. I'm gonna put it in B. Like, it is high B, definitely better than these. But like, it's not Magical Mystery Tour. Like, I definitely prefer Magical Mystery Tour. Ah, it's tough. It's really tough. This is a hard list. I adore Penny Lane. I adore it, but you know, Baby You're a Rich Man. It's fun. It's goofy. It's got a unique sound to it. It's a bit lightweight. Doesn't really. I don't know if it really means too much. Again, not that everything has to be deep and meaningful, but I do, you know, like, I do appreciate it. Even the happier songs, I want to, you know, say something, or at least, you know, paint a picture in your mind. And this does. It has good moments, but the chorus doesn't seem to really have anything to do with the first lyrics, so it's a bit disjointed in that sense. But I really like it. Cool bass, but kind of not exceptional in any sense. It's probably a C tier track, but high C. All You Need Is Love is beautiful. I love the outro as well. Really gorgeous lyrics. Really positive, optimistic. You know, it's hippy dippy, but it's not like, it's quintessentially hippie. It is the quintessential hippie song, but it's not vapid. Like, I think it's a powerful track, especially, you know, given the context of the time. You know, maybe optimism and hippie isn't exactly in vogue, but I think we need it, you know. And I love that side of Lennon. I love that side of the Beatles. For me, it's a definite A. It's a fantastic song. I love the callbacks to early Beatles tracks as well. She Loves You, Yesterday. Yeah, great. And the orchestration. Oh, so good. There's so much about these tracks I want to mention as well. Just little things, little moments in them I love. But you know, it's gonna be a long ass video as is, so gotta keep it pretty quick. Okay, that's Magical Mystery Tour, the only album in this entire list, besides Yellow Submarine, that wasn't really conceived as an LP, but one that flows and works as one magically. And for a long time, I had no idea it wasn't, you know, the successor to Peppers. I thought this is where they went next. I didn't realize it was only ever conceived of as an EP. But yeah, works really, really well as an album. I think it works better as an album than, you know, Revolver, or, you know, any of their earlier stuff. So yeah, superb. Also brilliantly produced. I still prefer it in mono, but the stereo is one of the best mixed albums, which is strange because Peppers is their worst. Yeah. Next album. So what I'm going to do next is go through past masters in order so we can get a good mix of early and late. And it's annoying that I have to keep scrolling down. So maybe I should do it later. Fuck it, I'll do it now. Love Me Do, really cool, really simple track. But it's kind of beautiful in its simplicity. I think where it really elevates is is it the middle eight? I don't know what you call it. I'm not musically versed like that. Love me do, whoa, love me do. Has a little bluesy moment. And that it's got a cool bass line, really beginners, good bass line to learn for a beginner. Yeah, it's a good track. I probably can't put it past a D though. I don't think it's a lot of people's favourites. But I really enjoy it. I don't get tired of it, you know. It's probably just a bit, you know, I think the singles that immediately followed it are definitely on a different level. But it is really good. From Me to You is another one that was, you know, obviously a big hit at the time, but I don't think people really seem to pay much attention to nowadays. I think it's better than Love Me Do. Man. With love from me to you, I've got arms alone to hold you. Sorry, I can't sing shit. I was trying to remember myself. I love that bit. The I've got arms that long to hold you bit. What do we call that? The bridge or something? Like, it's so good. But still, it's probably a C. But it is, yeah, it's nice. I think it's not She Loves You, but it's definitely an improvement from Love Me Do. Thank You Girl is one of the only songs, you know, when people say the Beatles were just a glorified boy band, they're complete ignorant idiots. You have to be a complete fool to say that. This is one of the only songs where it is kind of absent of rock and roll. It is pure pop. And it is really lightweight. I don't think it's aged well. I think it's very of its time. But it's a nice melody, like and a nice message, you know. But it is lightweight for sure. Probably an E. It's just cute. She Loves You. Now we're, you know, I mean, this is why no one should dismiss early Beatles. Okay, the lyrics are very pop, whatever. Musically, great, and it rocks too. For 1963, this is a rock and roll track. Those drums are quite heavy, I would think, for 63. It's an S tier track. I mean, that's lightning in a bottle. And that's the Beatles, like that. Pure Beatles. So good. I'll Get You is really like along the lines of Thank You Girl for me. But a bit better. But not much. And the oh yeah bit, yeah, definitely not aged well. That sounds a bit queer also. But it's a good track. It's, again, cute. I Wanna Hold Your Hand, classic. There's so much love about this song. Not the original mix, mind you, in stereo, but yeah. I find the vocal blend on this song is quite unique as well. They didn't quite sound like that vocally again. I don't know why, something just something about it. But yeah, great guitar work on it. Just so much to love, you know. It's a classic. And you know me, if I didn't, I'm not just putting it there because it's hailed as a classic, because it's important. If it doesn't gel with me as much as other stuff, I'm not going to put it there. That's why Penny Lane's at B. That's why Across the Universe is at C, Get Back is at C, you know. But yeah, I Wanna Hold Your Hand is just a fucking great song. This boy, oh my god, the three-way harmonies. That, is it the chorus? Oh my god, John's vocal, just so beautiful. I love the rhythm guitar on it. Paul's bass with that counter melody, oh, it's just so good. That's an S for sure. Just quintessential early Beatles gold. Come Give Me a Diana Hunt and Sie liebt dich. I will see people do these lists and they will put the equivalent English versions, originals, in S and then put these at F. I don't understand that. They're the exact same song. I think instrumentally Sie liebt dich was re-recorded. And obviously the vocals are re-recorded. So I get that if you're taking that into the equation, you don't like what changed, because I think they are a bit rougher instrumentally. But it's not that much of a difference. I mean, they're still the same song. The balance of the harmonies is different, I think. Is it? I mean, I rarely listen to them, because why would you? Paul's vocal harmony is more prominent in one of these songs, or maybe both, and I think it detracts a little bit. But again, they're still the same track, so I'm going to put them in S. I don't think the minute differences are not that relevant. Long Tall Sally is one of the best covers. Well, we have a lot of S. Holy shit. Paul's vocal on it is jaw-dropping. Oh my god. Unbelievable. like, astounding. Every time I hear it, I'm like, Jesus, he's on a whole different level. And look, I love the Kinks. I love the Kinks. But I think you contrast their version of Long Tall Sally in, what, 64? Might have even been 63, I can't remember. I should probably know that. I think it was 64. Compared to the Kinks, but I think was 64 as well. They're in entirely different leagues. Again, I'm not trying to put the Kinks down, but I think this is a good comparison of how far ahead the Beatles were. They were just incomparable. Whole different league. It is a cover. It's not an amazing song, but Paul's vocal really lifts it. And even in stereo, it sounds pretty good too, which is unusual for an early track. I Call Your Name's really cool. Definitely it's the only one of their singles that I think would, or at least of their early singles that I think would have sounded really proper, like suited well on one of their LPs. I think it's a holdover from A Hard Day's Night, and it sounds like it. Like, it sounds like it could have been on the second half of A Hard Day's Night. Really good. I love the vocals. Got a bit of venom to it, bit of edge. Really cool guitar on it as well. The Mamas and the Papas did a fantastic cover of this, and that's I usually don't like Beatles covers, but undeniably, like, they did a really good cover. Check it out. I'd probably put that in B tier, I think. Yeah, Cowbell. Oh, great Cowbell as well. Such a good track. This is where he kind of goes a little bit downhill in the early stuff. Slow Down is weak. It's another cover. Good energy to it, but it's just there's nothing really that bad about it. I just don't like it that much. I enjoy it. I love shouting along to it, but I'm not gonna, you know. It's probably an E. Matchbox, Ringo's vocal doesn't do it for me on this one. I usually am a big Ringo defender when it comes to his vocals. I actually think he's not given as much credit as he deserves, considering he's the drummer of the band, you know, not a vocalist. I don't think he does particularly. It's not even his. It's just his tone of voice. It's not like he's missing notes. But the song itself is poor. It's really nothing to write home about. I think this and another track we'll get to was the only two Beatles songs I actually disliked for a long, long time. Warmed up to it now, but still, yeah, not amazing. The exception of this little downhill moment is I Feel Fine, which is effortlessly cool, kind of like Ticket to Ride in that sense, where it just has, and Day Tripper, I think those are three songs that just sound so fucking badass. But they're not trying, you know. They're not trying to sound cool. They just are, like, they can't help it. The harmonies are to die for, some of their best harmonies and vocals in general. That riff is killer, kind of derivative of What I Say and a few other tracks, but a lot of rock and roll. I give him the slide on this because it's only that riff and the beat. The rest of the song's completely unique. The melody is completely unique. The harmony is completely unique. The intro, that iconic feedback intro, totally unique. And the riff isn't identical, but it is definitely derivative. But I give him the slide because it was a song that was being kind of reworked by a lot of people at the time. Even What I'd Say, I can't say it. You know, the Ray Charles track was not original, it was taken. And I think there is quite a clear lineage from memory. It's been a little while since I looked into it, but from memory, there is a lineage of, you know, the progression of how it went from one idea to different song to different song to different song. And, you know, but this strikes me in feel, in sound, everything. It's quite a bright sound. It's a very different song, despite the fact that the riff is derivative. But anyway, yes, it's so good. Yeah, so good. She's a Woman is one I'm really conflicted about, because I like the vibe of it, but it is kind of a bare bones arrangement. And I find that the guitar is quite clunky on it. It works a lot better live. I think it's another rare Beatles track that actually sounds really good live. It also sounds a lot better in mono. I love Paul's vocal on it. Some of the lyrics aren't that great. It's good, but it's definitely lacking, I think. I think I have to put it in D. Oh man. Just looking at all these. Seeing which ones are which. Oh man. I love all these songs. They're all my babies. I didn't write them, but I love them. Bad Boy's another wee track. To At Night She's Ready to Poop is the single weirdest lyric in a Beatles song. Not that they wrote it, but utterly bizarre. Again, really cool. It sounds really unpolished to me. It sounds unusually unpolished to me, a few of these songs on here. This era of their singles, you know. Taken from Long Tall Sally EP, I think this is off as well. Which is an EP I never listened to, I just listened to Past Masters. It's good fun, but it's yeah, definitely low Beatles. I think I have to put an F. Yes, it is, again, really unpolished. I mean, those harmonies could have had some work. I like them. And I think the chorus has a really unique, almost like dissonant sound to it that I find captivating. But it's a bit derivative of This Boy, but it's not as good. Yeah, there's a lot I like about it, but it feels like it could have had some work. I'll put it... I think it's maybe a C. We'll put it in C. It's funny, even from S to C, it's not a huge difference. Like, Yes It Is is not that much worse than This Boy. But, you know, we're comparing against each other, so, and I love all of them, so it's, you know, the degrees we're talking about are not that big. I'm Down, I think, is actually pretty weak. I think it works better live. Paul's vocal's really good, but I actually don't like the tone he went for on the song. I don't think it actually works that well. Performance, I can admire, you know, the technicals, but I actually wish he went for a different tone, a different sound vocally on this song. But it's just a bit forgettable. It doesn't really do much for me. I'm actually going to put it... Probably F. It's definitely a lesser Beatles track for me. Day Tripper, again, effortlessly cool. It's just an awesome track. I love the way, you know, it builds. That instrumental bit, and it keeps rising, is one of the most, and then it drops, you know, like, is one of the best moments in musical history for me. Like, it's just so good. Great lyrics, just classic riff. I love the way the bass kicks in, the drums kick in, the fills Ringo does. He's even late on one bit, and it still works. It sounds so good. Yeah, the original mix sucks. Stereo mix, that is. But, you know, it's an S, without a doubt. We Can Work It Out, really cool. Obviously, it's famous for the juxtaposition of John and Paul's bits. and it works perfectly. I love the harpsichord on it. Really interesting lyrics on it, like a bit telling of Paul's character almost. Yeah, great song. Really good. Love Paul's vocals on it as well, and really interesting. Definitely, shows where they're heading, these two tracks, but I think actually more so we can work it out. Yeah, definitely, like, it's straight in the middle. It's right before they went really experimental, but it's still got one foot in that early period, and it's the best of both, I think. Never quite loved We Can Work It Out as much as some other people. I think Day Tripper is the superior track, but they're both fantastic. Paperback Writer is the progression of that. So it's those songs. Day Tripper, I feel like it's the kind of the brother to Day Tripper. Paul's take on it almost, but squarely in the Revolver field. Amazing bass, superb production. A lot to listen out for. Just one I never get tired of hearing. Yeah. I don't like it as much as Day Tripper though, but I respect the hell out of it. Very good. Yeah. Rain. Oh, it's funny. I used to not think much of Rain as a kid. I think it's the original stereo mix really drags it. It's amazing what a mix can do. But it in mono as well as the 2022 remix. It's so that bass is one of Paul's best. Ringo's drumming, one of Ringo's best moments as well. Man, when those two are at their peak, the song elevates to glory. And that's why Ringo's my favourite drummer. That's why Paul's my favourite bassist. Like, it's not because I'm a Beatles nut. They just are. At the height of their powers, they're just exceptional. I love the studio innovation on the song. It's got a really drugged out kind of vibe to it, but it's not like overt. It's a bit subtle. The only thing I don't like about it is the lyrics. The lyrics don't really mean much. They're kind of insipid, really. They work, though. It's strange. They're stupid, but they work. Like, they work for the song. So is it really that? Doesn't matter that much? Not really. But yeah, really, really good. I think it's finally getting the credit it deserves. Lady Madonna is really cool. This is strange when it's in Past Masters because it feels like you can hear the progression in their sound throughout the compilations, but then you get to Rain and it goes to Lady Madonna. It feels like you missed a lot of context. Definitely a boogie woogie kind of rock and roll song. I like the lyrics. There's a lot to like about Lady Madonna, but it's just never grabbed me the way some other Beatles tracks, most other Beatles tracks do. Very unique sound to it as well. I think it's C. But again, I really admire it. Like, I have no complaints. It just doesn't grab me as much as other Beatles tracks. The Inner Light, I think, is one that's really overlooked. I think it's an A. I think I overwrote Long Tall Sally. I would have put that in B. And I think I should maybe do some editing here. Okay, not yet. We might get to that. The Inner Light, again, really unique sound. It is on the Eastern influenced sound that George was on. It's kind of the end of the trilogy, I feel. Start off with Love You Too, went to Within You, Without You, ended on The Inner Light 3 years in a row, one for each year. I think it's beautiful. I think it is actually the weakest of the three. So you see where I lie on this side, because these songs are contentious. A lot of people don't like, the whole Indian thing. But for 3 tracks, I think you can give them 3 tracks in a discography of 200 plus songs. And I think it's beautiful. I really like the lyrics, and I just like the overall sound on it. George's vocal is really good too, and a beautiful melody. It's got a really nice, relaxing feel to it. It feels like meditation. Um, the other two are a bit more drugged out. This sounds a little more straight, but still heady. Really cool. Hey Jude, gotta be an A. Once Upon a Time definitely would put an S. I think I've kind of just heard it a bit too many times now to love it. So it's lost a bit of luster on it. I don't know. I know how it used to make me feel, and I know how much I used to adore it. So maybe it is an S. Because it is a beautiful, beautiful song. Really powerful. Paul's vocals, yeah, phenomenal too. I'm going to put it A. But it is close to S. Revolution, I've never been as crazy about as others, but I have grown in appreciation. I love the sound of the guitar on this. The original stereo mix, I think, is why I didn't like it for so long. As with Rain, it just robs it of all its power. And John Lennon agrees with that. It doesn't rock nearly as hard as it should, but in mono it does. In mono it rocks hard. And yeah, great lyrics, great vocal. Ringo's drumming's really good. There's a lot to love about the song. It's probably the only overtly political song. Others are a bit more subtle. But yeah, it's close to an A. It is a really good track. Don't Let Me Down is, so good. Absolutely incredible song. Everything about it's perfect. Ringo's drumming, Paul's bass, John's vocals, the harmonies, the melody, the lyrics, touching, soulful, beautiful. It's phenomenal. It's a song, the arrangement is just everything, you know. The Ballad of John and Yoko is really cool. It's just Paul and John on this one. Again, I didn't used to rate it much in my early Beatles listening days, but now I do. I love the bass, the drums. The lyrics are fantastic. I love the words on this. John's unique vocal, that's just inimitable. Yeah, really cool song. Maybe it's a high B. It's probably more a high B than an A. And I think I really overrated Long Tall Sally. I think that I'm so impressed by Paul's vocal on the song that it is a good song, but it's probably not like on the same level as the Ballad of John and Yoko and Revolution and stuff like that. So I'm gonna chuck that down to C as well. Wow, dropped it 2 tiers. Old Brown Shoe, the bass on this is great, but if it wasn't for that, I would probably not care that much. It's got a unique vibe to it. I just don't. It's never been one I'm thrilled by. I like it enough, but it's definitely been the weakest, I think, of that second side of singles on Past Masters. I definitely have an appreciation of it though. Yeah, I think that's where it deserves to go. You Know My Name, Look Up the Number is a novelty track, but one I really enjoy. I think it's a lot of fun. I laugh every time I hear it. Like, I really like this. I think this is Paul McCartney has said at one point that it's his favourite song. He also said she said at one point, but yeah. It's just good, and it's got enough musical elements to not be completely novel, you know, like it still has, it's not just fun, like it's fun and it's also kind of a good song. Yeah, it's strange, but it's just this awesome little slice of Beatles humor, and I love the Beatles humor. They're funny dudes, and I love just, you know, it's just good, wholesome fun, and that is the singles covered. And now for the album a lot of you have probably been waiting for. One I don't rate as highly as others, never have. Mainly because I don't think it has really any flow to it. And yet one that I kind of love for the exact same reason. It is so creative and it has so much variety on it. It's amazing. It's astonishing. But for that reason, its biggest quality is also its biggest detraction for me. It doesn't sound like an album. But it's still utterly phenomenal. So it's my number 6. The album I'm talking about is Revolver. You probably skipped ahead to look at it. And we're starting with Taxman. Taxman, not a song I rated much for a long time, but hearing it in mono and the remix absolutely elevated it. Good lyrics, good vocals, but that bass is immaculate. And more than the bass, that electric guitar work is incendiary. That solo is phenomenal. And that's Paul. That's Paul, baby. Fucking killed it. But yeah, I like it. It's a bit political. It's got a bit of bite to it. Yeah, really, really cool track. That's definitely grown in my estimation as of the past few years. To the point where I'm going to put an S. It is that good. Eleanor Rigby, to me, is one of the most undeniably how can you put it into words? It's one of the most undeniably good songs I've ever heard. I mean, I don't know how anyone can say that it's anything less than utterly exceptional. The orchestral arrangement on it from George Martin, presumably with some level of input from Paul, is sensational. And I like that it's not the same thing every verse. It builds, and that's what the Beatles were really good at. There's so much to listen out for. They don't play the same thing every verse, every chorus. They build. That's a really good example with the orchestration. And the recording of it as well, because it is fairly simple in arrangement. No Beatles are playing on it. It sounds just jaw-dropping, especially the remix. It's an incredible sounding song. Melodically, it's just beautiful. It's haunting. The lyrics are a bit eerie and poetic. Yeah. Phenomenal. S. Unquestionably. Now, my third favourite song of all time is I'm Only Sleeping. Very, very... I think it's one of the earliest psychedelic songs in recorded history. There are earlier. I'm not saying they invented psychedelia. But I think they were one of the earliest. And I think they nailed it. For me, I like psychedelia. The Beatles take on psychedelia more than anyone else's. I'm Only Sleeping is a perfect example. It encapsulates a very specific feeling, and that takes a remarkable talent. It is, everything about it is just incredible. I love the drugged out, kind of slowed down backing instrumentation. The harmonies are otherworldly, kind of ethereal. The lyrics just match the vibe perfectly. The backwards guitar is so cool. I think a lot of people... I don't think anyone's done backwards guitar as well as George Harrison did on this, and he worked hard on it. I think in a lot of songs it's just an effect, kind of a trippy effect. In this, it's integral. Like it's a really cool melodic bit, and it just takes you to another world. It is an otherworldly song, and to me it defines psychedelia. It is so heady, Anyway, can't I can't overstate my love for I'm Only Sleeping. And the music video for it they did recently is really cool too. Love You Too, another contentious one. The first of the Indian tracks. I think it's so good. I love the drone on it, especially in the original stereo mix. It's kind of it's pretty heavy. Like the other two are definitely more laid back. This is a heavy song. Like it's quite rocky still, and really, really unique lyrics, totally unique sound for the time. I think it's underappreciated. I get it's not for everybody, but I love it. Here, There, and Everywhere is beautiful. Oh my gosh, the vocals on this are just pure ecstasy. Yeah, it's quite a fairly simple arrangement, but sophisticated. Really, just beautiful, beautiful song, and lyrically as well, just pure romantic bliss. S. Yellow Submarine. Oh, it's a classic. I mean, what can you say about Yellow Submarine? But it's not one I really ever want to listen to. It always feels like, the bump in the road for Revolver for me. And yet, when I listen to it, I really enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a great song. It was innovative. The production on it was very innovative, or innovative, however you want to pronounce it. It's good and it's really good fun. Like everybody knows it, everybody sings along to it. It's just so much fun, but it's not one I want to really ever go out of my way to listen to, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna I'll put it in C. She Said is so good. Ringo's drumming on it. It kind of reminds me of Rain. I feel like it's the sister to Rain a bit. Not just because of Ringo's drumming, but just in general, the feel of it. It's a bit lysergic. It's like acid rock, Maybe not outright psychedelia, but it's definitely got something a bit acidic to it. Lyrics aside. Yeah, pop rock gold. Like just... Oh, I love the ending as well. That's definitely psychedelic, the ending with the way the vocals go in and out. Yeah, very clever little track. I think it's deceptively clever. It sounds simpler than it is. It maybe is an S. I don't know. It's tough. It is tough. I think maybe it's not quite, but it's close. Good Day Sunshine gets a bit of a bad rap because it is a bit lightweight. And it is. I really like it. I just think it's a beautiful little track. I really like the outro as well. There's a lot of good moments in it. There's little details that lift it up. In an album with songs like Eleanor Rigby and I'm Only Sleeping, it is a little lightweight, is the issue. But it's hard. I feel like it's still hard to deny just how great of a song it is. Like, and that's what really it needs to come down to. So it's not a highlight for sure, but it is great, and I like it more and more. Andrew Burton Can Sing is pop gold. The dual guitars on it, that riff is impeccable. Great lyrics. One of my favourite bass lines from Paul, again. Just flawless melody. Like, John may not have been a fan, but fuck me, I love it. I just think it's so good. It is pop perfection. For No One is gorgeous. Really mature. And I think I don't like the original stereo mix that much. I think it sounds a bit barren, almost like there's not enough happening. But if you listen to it in mono or the remix, I think it comes alive. The instruments are separated a bit more, and it just makes more sense. And I think it's a really beautiful, powerful song. Yeah. Yeah, really, really, really gorgeous. Dr. Robert, I really like it, I do. But it's, again, a bit... It feels like it's just... Again, on an album with songs like She Said, She Said, Eleanor Rigby, I'm Only Sleeping, Love You Too, it's just maybe a little... Not safe. It's not safe, because it's experimental. I mean, the chorus, when it gets a bit almost gospel, it's very clever and it's different. And yet it's still just not quite enough. Like when you compare it to some of the other tracks, it just doesn't feel like it's quite there. Really good though, and I like John's vocal on it. I want to tell you is kind of along the same vein. I really love the dissonance on this, the piano especially. And I love the intro. You can really hear the studio in the intro. Just a really cool sound to it. I love the lyrics. Really captures a unique kind of feeling of, not being able to express yourself the way you want, making things worse when you do. It's a great song. It's a really good song. But again, on an album with songs like Eleanor Rigby, it's not there. It's not quite there. Got to Get You Into My Life is amazing. Again, the original story mix isn't that good and it lets it down a bit, but once you get to the mono or the remix, it comes alive. That brass sounds amazing. And the bit near the end with that little guitar riff that George does, I assume it's George, which I think is taken from Bobak Rider, is one of those Beatles moments that is just... It just speaks to your soul. It speaks to mine anyway. Yeah, fantastic. What I don't know what else you can say about it. Tomorrow Never Knows. It's interesting. I do love it. I think it's obviously one of the band's most original tracks. And it's one of those things. Unless you're getting to avant-garde territory, but even still, not that I'm avant-garde, I don't know much about avant-garde, I'm not going to pretend to know, but I can't imagine there's anything that sounded like that in avant-garde, because it is still a song, and it has Eastern influences, and it has pop influences, but then you've got all these tape loops and effects and stuff, it's singular, it is totally to itself, and it is a total trip. Ringo's drum beat, which is just so perfectly on time as well, is way ahead of its time. The way John's vocal transforms, the seagull sounds it's so... It doesn't really feel like it belongs on the same album as Good Day Sunshine and Dr. Robert, it's definitely a step ahead. It's definitely more along the lines of an album like Eleanor Rigby and I'm Only Sleeping, Love You Too. Taxman. Got to Get Into My Life, even if it's such a radically different style of song. It is that experimental and that unique, that forward-looking, Despite that, I just don't... I don't... It doesn't capture me as much as something like Strawberry Fields, which is probably, it's equal in terms of... Maybe not quite equal in innovation and stuff, but experimentation, but it's close to an S, for sure. And that is Revolver. The highs are higher than Magical Mystery Tour. But I think the lows... It's funny. Looking at this tier list, it doesn't look like the lows are lower, does it? But I've always felt that way. So I may have to reconsider. Time for some editing, I think, because after having given it a bit of thought, some of these with the Beatles tracks I don't think are quite... I think I've overrated them a bit. It's just really hard to compare a song like Dr. Robert to Till There Was You, because they're just totally different they're worlds apart. There's nothing tying them together besides the people who sung them, not even wrote them. So it is really hard to put those together. Like, Will Over Beethoven is, for a rock and roll track, is, an A. But Dr. Robert, for a classic rock psychedelic era track, is definitely a C, I think. Or at least for Beatles. So that's why these things are really tough. Your Mother Should Know, I think I've underrated a bit. I think it is the equal of Good Day Sunshine, if not a bit better. I think Good Day Sunshine sounds like a more polished track, but I think the vibe of Your Mother Should Know is cooler to me. I think these two are probably on Dr. Robert's level, but like, It's Devil in Her Heart, the same as Dr. Robert and Across the Universe. Like, it's really tough. I think I might have to move some of these around. We'll put that... No, but that's the thing, is I enjoy them for totally different reasons. Like, I love what Devil in Her Heart has to offer for its own specific kind of thing. And I love what Dr. Robert has to offer. They suit totally different moods. So, fuck it. We're leaving them where they are. Next album I'm going to do is The Very First. I Saw Her Standing There. Supremely good song. Just from that awesome shouted intro countdown, to that impeccable bass line, which is definitely a bass highlight for early period Beatles, even if it was lifted. I think it's a timeless track, and it's yet at the same time very of its era. Like, it's that good blend of, like, you know where it's from, and it's very evocative of its time, but not dated in that sense. Like, it sounds as good then as it does now. And if you listen to that remix of 2023 of the Red Album remix, like, it sounds in a lot of ways still quite modern and really rocky. That's an S tier song for me. I love it. I think they could not have had a better start to their career. It's so cool. At least, on the LPs. Misery, it's cute and it's sweet. A lot of the tracks on Please Please Me can be quite sweet, and I think that's what turns a lot of people off. I think they were definitely more clever than their contemporaries. Like, for a rock band to do things like Misery, Anna, Baby It's You, A Taste of Honey, like Baby It's You's a Burt Bacharach song. Like, I feel like they were definitely punching above their weight. And Misery is it's a really pretty song. Is it a C or is it a B? Like, I do like it that much. I think it's C. It's not the most memorable song in the world. It's not better than Get Back or, Across the Universe, things like that. But it's nice. Excuse me, I'm going to blow my nose. Anna Go to Him is a cover, but I love it. I think it's a gorgeous song. John does really well on it too. It's one that gets stuck in my head a lot, but not annoyingly so. It's strange what makes a catchy song annoyingly catchy, and then one that's just, you're glad it's there. That's one I'm glad that's there. I don't know what the difference is, but yeah. The Chains it's good, but it's nothing special. It's probably one of my least favourite songs in the album, if not my least favourite. George's vocal debut. Just a bit of fun, bit of nothing fun. Boys, Ringo's vocal is really good. I like the drumming on it. I like the energy. A good rock and roll track, which the album definitely needs. Um, Probably a C tier song as well. And it is a cover. Ask Me Why, again, it's one of those songs that sounds simple, but it's not. I think it's got like 12 chords on it. Like, these guys were clever from the start. People say, oh no, it's only to the got Rob Soul with that started experimenting and blah blah blah. No, these guys were smart. These guys were always smart. And they were always, like I said, punching above their weight, I think. It's a really well put together song, and it's not one that probably appeals to modern tastes. I get that. Personally, I really like it. And I think it's touching as well. I think it's a B. I really enjoy Ask Me Why. Please Please Me, pop perfection. And I've said that a few times now, but it is timeless. Again, of its time, it's definitely early 60s. But not in a bad way. Like, in all the best ways. You know what I mean? I'll never get tired of Please Please Me. I like that kind of static harmony as well, where he stays on the same line, the same note. It's really cool. Love Me Do. I don't actually know what the difference is between the album and single version of Love Me Do, but I'm going to put it in the exact same place, obviously, because it's the same thing. Cool. No, great. There's other tracks a lot more. P.S. I Love You, I think, is definitely the most dated sounding song on this album, along with The Taste of Honey. But P.S. I Love You almost sounds like it belongs from the 50s. Like, it's really old school. It's nice, but not great. And even Paul's vocals sounds really old school. There's nothing wrong with that. But, I'm kind of a late 60s guy, so... Baby It's You, I wouldn't say like I'm a big Burt Bacharach fan, but I love some Burt Bacharach, especially what he did with Dionne Warwick. And I've always really, really liked Baby It's You. I think it's a beautiful track. Yeah, I think that's like an A. I really like Baby It's You. Do You Want to Know a Secret is cool. It's got a really cool vibe to it as well. George does really well on it. No one sounds like George, it's such a unique sound. It just really works for that song. I can just imagine it live. Like, it's cool kind of... It's not slow, and it's not a dirge, but it's also not upbeat. Just a really cool song. Yeah, I want to double check these two. Are they really better than Cross the Universe and Get Back and even, Yes It Is and Blue Jay Way and Baby You're a Rich Man? I think they are. Like, I just enjoy them probably a bit more. Taste of Honey, I'm not that crazy about it. I think it's the weakest cover on the album, besides Chains. Is Chains a cover? Oh my gosh, I always forget that. I've looked that up so many times and I forget. No, they didn't. Carole King? Look at that. I had no idea. How young was she? What the fuck? A Taste of Honey. It's good, I probably like it more than Chains and Love Me Do. But maybe a bit too sweet for my taste. There's a Place is such a cool song. It is so short. I think it's like 1 minute 49 or something like that. I love it. Like Not a Second Time, I find it strangely addictive. And it's heady, which is bizarre for 1963. I mean, he's talking about, going back to his mind, when he feels like shit. So it's a little bit ahead of its time, and I think it's a really cool song. I love it. I think it's absolutely amazing. To the point where I would put it S. I just love it. I love the energy. I love everything about it. Twist and Shout. It's one of the big three songs on the, or one of the big four, I think, songs on the album. Classic, timeless, everybody loves Twist and Shout. Love the energy. It's probably a bit too simple an arrangement for my taste, but still really good. It's an A. Please please me. It's a really good album. It's got some low points. It's got some high points. The high points are really high. Very good. Next, we're going to do Yellow Submarine. We'll just get it out of the way. Half of it's George Martin's instrumentation. His score for the movie. I'm not even going to bother doing it. It's not Beatles. It's not even... it's on a Beatles album, but it has nothing to do with the Beatles, really. Yeah, in the sense of composition. So, I'm not even going to bother. I like it, don't get me wrong. It's not because I think it's a waste of time. I just don't see how I can rate that against songs written by entirely different people. So really what we're talking about is Only a Northern Song, which is one of many leftovers on this album from a couple of years prior. This was the one Beatles song I had actively disliked for a long time. Now I don't mind it. I think the stereo mix done in 1999 is an improvement. Opened my eyes a bit to it. I still thank the gods it wasn't on Sgt. Pepper's. I think that album would not have the reputation it does, or at least did, if that song was on. I think it is that offensive to not just myself, but a lot of people. It has its fans for sure. But I think it would have detracted so much from that album. And, it's interesting, but it's just... It does exactly what it went out to do, and it's a piss take. So, for me, it's an F. I like it now, sure. But I'm still not crazy about it. Yeah. All Together Now is, I'd say, one of only two kids' songs the band ever did, along with Yellow Submarine. Even Octopus's Garden, I'd say. It's obviously light-hearted and fun, but I wouldn't say it's like outright a kid's song. But All Together Now is like just a sing-along. And it's childish. Not in a bad way. It does what it set out to do. But it's not one I enjoy that much. It's okay. It's definitely bottom tier Beatles for me. So that's F. Some people are going to crucify me for that. Hey Bulldog is amazing though. Everyone knows Hey Bulldog is awesome. Great riff, great vibe, so unique. It's such a unique feel to this song. So much to love about it, so many great elements. Paul's bass is phenomenal. The original stereo mix is awful. Mono's great. Remix is okay. Just a great rockin' track. And it's so Lennon. I mean, it is so Lennon. And great lyrics as well. But that's an S. It is so good. And I love the guitar solo on it as well. Really underrated solo, I think. It's All Too Much is... It's an interesting one. It's very acid. Very psychedelic. It's kind of a mix of like hippy-dippy psychedelia, and then also like that kind of hard rocking, the Hendrix side of psychedelia. It's a good kind of blend of both. It's unusually long for the band, which is cool. It makes it a bit novel in that respect. I do like it, but I'm not crazy about it. I've never been crazy about it. I do think it holds up better in mono as well. I'd probably put it C. But it's fairly strong. The other two songs on that first side, obviously Yellow Submarine and All You Need Is Love, have already been covered. Hence why they're not here as well. So, yeah, we're mostly talking here, and then a bit of here. So, all over the place. And then, All You Need Is Love and Yellow Submarine. It's all over the place. But it's a fun little EP amount of songs. This is very annoying that I have to do this, but I did the entire tier list and then realised for some reason Revolver didn't record. So I have to redo Revolver. Excuse the fact that nothing is in there at the moment. I guess we're just doing Revolver by itself. So, so annoying. Okay, starting off with Taxman. Taxman was not a song I ever really cared for in my younger Beatles days. I think I thought it was okay. I just didn't really think much of it at all. Now I fucking love it. So as I said, Revolver, it has like my favourite 4-track opening to an album ever. Taxman kills. There is so much to love about this song. I love the, smarmy politics of it. That bass line is, oh my god, it's good. Oh my god, it kills. Paul lifts George Harrison's songs. I'm sorry, I'm not a George person, never have been. I admire the dude, I admire his talent, I admire his songwriting. I think songs like this, I think Paul really, the band really gives it their all to elevate it. If it wasn't for them, what I'm saying is a lot of George tracks, it's the band that makes them truly spectacular. It's a good idea, sure, but it's the band that takes it to the next level. Whereas, just for example, there are plenty of, I think, not plenty, but there are some John and Paul songs that are just good. But that's because of the melody. Or, the arrangement isn't exactly the highlight. For a lot of George tracks, I feel like it is. So Taxman, the other thing is the drums. Ringo's drumming is amazing. And Paul's electric guitar on it is searing is the word I like to use for it. It's incendiary. For 66, that's a heavy solo. That he comes in at the end as well, which is actually just an edit of the same take, amazingly. So I would go as far as to put that in S tier. I think some US fans don't seem to really care too much for it because it is kind of a takeoff of the Batman theme song in some respect. Taxman, Batman. There's so much to love about this track. What's a cute little homage like that going to stop anybody? I don't understand that. Anyway, S tier song, incredible. Eleanor Rigby, I think, is the most undeniable Beatles track. I think its genius just speaks for itself. I don't know how anybody could possibly listen to the song and just think, yeah, it's alright. To me, it is a self-evident masterpiece. Like, you get on a first listen, there is something extremely special about this track. It is the second Beatles song to not have any Beatles playing on it other than Paul, but then it's actually Paul's not even playing on it, so it's the first Beatles song without any Beatles on it. Except vocals, obviously. And, God, George Martin. Okay, this whole fifth Beatles discussion thing needs to stop. It is George Martin, there's no question about it. If we're not taking him to the equation, fine. But why not? Like, it's him. And I don't know how much Paul had in terms of involvement with the arrangement of the orchestration on this. I imagine a lot. I know he was in the control room during the recording of it. You can hear it on the outtakes of the box set. But it is an incredible arrangement. I love the sound of it as well. Close mic'd. It just sounds so good. And because of its minimalist arrangement, it is one of the best sounding tracks as well. It is jaw-dropping to hear this in its remixed form and in mono. It just sounds incredible. The bleak poetic lyrics are really quite poignant for 66. Definitely, different subject matter compared to 65. And these are two songs that are completely devoid of the subject of romance. Maybe not completely devoid for Eleanor Rigby, but yeah, that was a first for the Beatles. And I'm Only Sleeping will continue that trend as well. But Eleanor Rigby is absolutely god tier. I don't know when it is in this list that I introduced god tier as a tier ranking. No doubt I have either already spoken about it or will speak about it all over again. So bear with me, a little bit of repetition. But we're doing that because there's too much S. I love this fucking band too much. And I want a little bit more... I just want to show what an absolute... Like, the best of the best of the best. You know. So I put God tier. Eleanor Rigby, God tier. Other god tier is my third favourite song of all time by anybody. I'm Only Sleeping. John had this uncanny gift, in the truest sense of the word, to encapsulate a feeling within a song. And I think this may be the best example of it in their entire discography. And his. That, you know, that sleepy feeling of that kind of half awake, vibe, he just nailed in this track. And I love how heavy all the instruments sound. Like they're just, not in terms of like metal, but they just sound like have so much weight to them, and that's because they've been slowed down. And but Paul's little bass bit, doo 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 boom, such a cool little bit, iconic. And those harmonies are so airy and beautiful. Oh my gosh, stunning. And then you can hear him go, "Yawn, Paul," in the background, right before that little bit. Revolver is an album full of little bits. Like, when I think... Again, I don't know if I know I mentioned this at some point in this video. I don't know if it's before this or after this. But the Beatles are the best band I've ever heard at doing little flourishes. So little nuggets of melody or a change in arrangement or whatever to keep things fresh, and that you just wait for. You look forward to hearing. I think Revolver, even though it's only my 5th or 6th favourite album in their canon, I think is the best example of that. It is absolutely fucking chock full of those little bits. I'm Only Sleeping has tons of that. And that's one, is that bit where Paul yawns. It's just a great little bit. John's vocal is totally unique. He's hitting a sound in his voice that we haven't quite heard before. And I feel like is going to be a mainstay of this psychedelic period. And I do think, I'm not saying the Beatles invented psychedelia, I know they didn't. I'm not one of those people who says the Beatles invented everything, but the simple fact of the matter, whether people like it or not, is that they were firsts for a lot of shit. Probably more than even people would admit. And this is an example of that. I think, maybe not the first in this case, but I don't know too many psychedelic tracks before this. I can only think of a few. And in terms of entire albums, I think Revolver has enough psychedelic material on it, even if it's not psychedelic the whole way through. It kind of is in spirit with how experimental it is. And I think it is the earliest album I've at least heard that I can call a psychedelic album, as opposed to just psychedelic tracks on an album. Like, a lot of this, I would say, is psych or has the spirit of psychedelia. I'm Only Sleeping is undeniably, to me, psychedelic. One of the most overtly psychedelic tracks of Revolver. A genre of which I fucking love and have always gravitated to. Anyway, masterpiece. I've got to say, that music video that released in 2022 along with the remix is also stunningly well done, and they absolutely nailed it. I usually don't like music videos for songs at all, unless it's, dance songs. I think it robs from the imagination a bit. I think a lot of psychedelic music in general actually suffers as a result. For A Day in the Life, even Strawberry Fields, I don't like those videos. I think they detract from the experience. Anyway, the music video in 2022, check it out. It's incredible. You've probably seen it, but if you haven't, do it. Love You Too, one of the most contentious Beatles songs. If you like the Indian raga stuff, you'll probably like it. If you don't, you won't. I love it. I love that stuff. I love that side of George. There's only 3 tracks. This is the first of 3 songs that are like that in all these albums. To me, it's the second best. It's the heaviest. It's the rockiest. It's probably the most Western. I love, particularly the original stereo mix of this song. I think it kills. Gotta say, I think the reason I never liked Taxman that much is the original stereo mix. It's amazing the difference a mix can make. Listening to the original mono, though, as the band intended, kills. And maybe the best version of it. 2022 remix is also really good. But Love You Too, I much prefer the original stereo mix for this one. And I love how much is going on in this track. Great, heady lyrics. You know, bass and a bit of philosophy. Eastern philosophy, which is really cool. Really daring. To think that the world's biggest pop band, biggest pop phenomenon of all time was doing stuff like this is fucking astounding. And, you know, truly remarkable in every sense. But yeah, I love the drone in this. There's so much happening to listen out for, and I love songs like that. I love busy arrangements. Just a great song. That's a god tier track. Here, There and Everywhere is just a complete 180. It is very Western. Very Western. The other song's very Eastern, and then you get right back to the West. Like, this is a quintessential English kind of, I guess you'd call it folk, I suppose. But a ballad, you know, very romantic. Probably this, I think it's the sweetest track in their entire discography. And yet, amazingly, it's not too sweet. Like, it is just a genuinely beautiful song. Gorgeous chord progression. Those harmonies and the recording and tonality of those vocals, especially Paul, is to die for. It's just some of the most beautiful vocals I've ever heard in anything. Excuse the hyperbole, but it's true. Oh my gosh. If I sound more enthusiastic about this album, I'm not. Like, there are other Beatles albums I like more. It's just because I haven't recorded this for a while. And, you know, I'm back in it. Most of the others I did in 2 days. Because, you know, days off, so I was like, fuck it. But yeah, gorgeous song. Really like the guitar on this track. Again, there's not a whole lot happening, but it's enough. Like, it's perfect. Anything more would have detracted. Anything less would have detracted. Like, they're just perfect. Really, really beautiful song. Despite that, I only have to put in an A, I think. Again, A is still so good. I think I'm debating. Is it an A? I know I put in S actually last time I did this, and you'll see it in S as the list goes on. It is a perfect melody. I don't know if it's... Oh my god. So tough. Because this and She Said as well. I'm like, did I underrate those? Tomorrow Never Knows as well are all close to S's. Fuck. Okay, just because I put it in S in the future parts, I'm going to leave it in there just so it's not as confusing. I'm not bothered that it's an S. Like, it kind of deserves it. Next, we have Yellow Submarine. a great song. I think it doesn't. I think it doesn't get enough credit for how innovative, 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 however you want to pronounce it, it is for 66, because it is just, a fun kids track, sing along kind of thing. But it really is. Like, the studio effects are amazing for 66. I don't know anything that sounds like this in terms of production. But yeah, really awesome, just shows how multifaceted this band is and how endlessly creative they were. Unapologetically creative. Which is, again, just incredible. For the world's greatest pop phenomenon, that they could do stuff like this out of the blue. I'm just going to adjust my mic, sorry. But it's not a personal favourite. I have nothing against it whatsoever, but it is kind of the bump in the road for the album for me, where it's like, I'm never really in the mood to listen to Yellow Submarine, but when it does come on, I do enjoy it. Like, I always enjoy it more than I think it will. Still, it's probably like a C tier track for me. Good, but not a personal favourite. I think George's low harmony in the chorus is too audible, by the way. She said, man, they butchered that on the remix. Gotta say it. They fucked it up. It's the only song in their canon I think they actually fucked up. But, each to their own. You can't get everything right all the time, can you? I think they generally did a really good remix of this album. Anyway. This kills in the original stereo. Rocks hard in mono 2. Yeah, this is acid rock. Like, there's psychedelia, which is kind of a bit more trippy, but then there's acid rock, I think. We're just talking semantics, who cares? Just a label. But, yeah, it's just a bit heavier. Or rockier, a bit more frantic. I love the outro for this song. That she said, I know what it's like to be, I know what it's like. With George following John's vocal is such a cool effect, and the vocals blend really well there too. Even if George goes out of tune at one point. Yeah, great song. Kind of like the brother to Rain, which is a track I don't know if we've done yet. I don't know if we've done Past Masters at this point yet, but yeah, they've always seemed like brothers to me, and I guess one of the big reasons why is that kind of vaguely psychedelic feel of it. Certainly, the lyrics revolve around that. It's a bit existential. But the drumming, Ringo's drumming is so good, absolutely full of feels. Yeah, he's taken off on that drum kit. Like, it's awesome. It's a song I never get tired of. I think it's a perfect pop rock song. And those guitars are just soar. Like, they sound so fucking good. Absolutely kill. So, put this on for people who think the Beatles can't rock, because they're fucking idiots. Terrific song. I almost said terrible. Good Day Sunshine kicks off side B of Revolver. It is one of the lighter songs of the album. It is probably a little too lightweight for my taste. At least in terms of, is this a classic track? No, it isn't. I still really enjoy it. I really like the feel with this. I love that sound of the piano. Just a really joyous, upbeat track. Doesn't really say too much, but it doesn't need to. I feel like it says enough. Like, it's just a really beautiful song. Like, you're just laying in the sun with your loved one. What a great feeling to encapsulate within a song. Like, that's awesome. I love that, and I love it for that. I love, again, the little nuggets in this song. She feels fine. She knows she's looking good. I'm so proud to know that she is mine. Good day, sunshine. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, no, it's just amazing. Oh yeah, and the intro as well. Ding, 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 ding. It's just, yeah. And the chorus just kicks in. It's just, you could feel the ray of sun on you. Like, it's just fantastic songwriting with very little. That being said, it's probably only like a B for me, but I do appreciate it, I think, more than others, and every time it comes on, like, I'm happy to be listening to it. Next song, And Your Bird Can Sing, is a perfect pop song. Perfect. John's vocal kills. That harmony bit at the end is to die for with Paul. How does it go? You don't get me. I can't even hear it in my head, but that's so stupid. Every time I listen to it, I wait for it. It's been a little while since I've heard it. You know what I'm talking about. You play the song, when that harmony comes in, it's, bliss. Embarrassing, I can't remember. But anyway, the dual guitars on this, that riff is classic. Paul's bass is one of his best. Totally lifts the track. Just a supreme piano melody on that bass. Just, oh my god, so good. But yeah, really cool guitar on this track. I like John's kind of purposeful vocal crack. I don't know if that's probably the best word for it, but you can't hear me. You can't hear me. Again, just one of those little nuggets. And then what would you call it? Not staccato, I don't think. I don't know the musical term for it, but the way it keeps resetting with the riff at the end. Paul's bass bit there is so cool as well. Oh my god, so much to love about this song. Just perfect songwriting. God tier. For No One. Another song I don't think I thought that much of, and that's because the original stereo mix is a bit lackluster. Sounds a bit barren in the mix. The 2022 remix, I think, is by far the best version of this track. The instruments actually breathe and have some separation, and it comes across as very baroque. Like, this is a really baroque track. It's so classical, and it's stunning. What a fucking great sound, and totally inspiring, I think, to other, especially English artists. I think a lot of people drew from this track. Yeah, bit of a sleeper, but yeah, very mature lyrics as well. Melancholic without being, overly sappy. Just a really beautiful, meaningful song. I find the remix as well, it feels much faster. Like, it feels like the tempo is actually quicker than that original stereo mix. It's not, but it just feels that way because, yeah, again, the instruments actually breathe, and it does so much justice to the track. Yeah, beautiful track. It's another A, I think. Dr. Robert. It's amazing that a song this good can sound like one of the more middle-of-the-road tracks on the album. But it's funny because it's really not. Like, that chorus, the well, you're feeling fine, with the interweaving harmony bit, and the kind of church organ thing is such a great little moment. And totally out of left field. Who would have come up with that but John? Like, that's incredible. Or, the Beatles, I suppose. So it's another song with just really cool bits on it. And yet, it's just not quite on the same level as some of these other tracks. And that's why Revolver's never been one of my favourites. like it tends to with a lot of people, especially nowadays. It's just because it is kind of all over the place. It's its greatest strength, but its greatest weakness is how diverse the material is. It's all over the place, has no flow whatsoever, I think, which is something I really think is important. Whereas Sgt. Pepper's is similarly varied, but flows better. There's more of a line through between each track that Revolver completely lacks. So yeah, again, absolutely fucking ingenious that they could do that. And especially for 66, they were just doing anything the hell they wanted, without really any precedence. But at the same time, I think it is its greatest weakness. Who cares? Still a 5 out of 5 album. I love it, and I haven't stopped fucking listening to it for the past 2 or 3 years. Like, it's just been on constant rotation. Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Robert, love the vocal, unique vocal by John. There's something about his tone on this track. I don't think he quite did exactly the same again, which gives it a unique kind of sonic quality. But again, it's just not one of the greater tracks on the album, but I have no complaints for it. I think it's a great song. So I gotta say, like, it's probably a C tier song, which just hurts because I love this song. I would put it above Yellow Submarine for sure. And unlike Yellow Submarine, I don't see it as like a bump in the road. I don't think it's, compared to Good Day Sunshine, like, it's not that much worse. Worse, as if there's any negative connotation to do with music that's fucking good. Okay, I want to tell you, really dissonant George Harrison track, 3 on the album. What the hell is going on? George, well done. And he deserved it. These are all brilliant songs. I love the confusion and yeah, I don't know how else to put it. The confusion of the lyrics, of being able to want to express yourself, but you just don't know how to get it across. And I think he expressed that so brilliantly. Smart guy. Takes talent to do something like that. I love the words on this track. And yeah, that dissonant piano riff is everything. I love the intro, especially because you can just hear the studio. There's a very unique sound to the instruments on the song. Again, this album just sounds like they were just experimenting all over the place. And yeah, that's most audible in that intro, I think. You can just, there's something to the ambience of the studio you can really hear, which is really cool. Again, listen to it, the remix, I think it's most obvious there. I want to tell you, feel hung up, but I don't know why. I don't mind, I couldn't wait forever. I've got time. Sorry, I have to sing it sometimes to myself to remember. Yeah, even in the melody, there's dissonance there. It's just so cool, and it is its biggest, its strongest, identity is in that dissonance, I think. One of those gorgeous Beatles nuggets, little flourishes, is Paul's Indian kind of inspired harmony at the end, where it gets really psychedelic for a sec at the end. Doesn't overdo it. It's just that little snippet, and oh my god, that harmony is perfect. What a gorgeous sound. Again, one of those just really beautiful, kind of out of left field. Just these guys nailed their intros and outros. I don't know anyone who does intros and outros as memorable as the Beatles, hands down. So yeah, really cool track. Again, probably not one of the greatest songs on the album. But again, I have no complaints about it. Like, it's still a really good track. Just not as good as some of the others. It's as simple as that. So it's a B tier song for me. Okay, we're getting close. Got to Get You Into My Life is this super upbeat, ultra melodic just effortlessly melodic. Oh my gosh. This and I've Just Seen a Face, the melody just goes everywhere. It's just incredible. How do you write songs like that? I'm in awe. Paul, how do you do it? And that brass is just awesome. Really, really drawing upon like Motown with this, but kind of taking it in its own way, or direction rather. Supposedly the lyrics are about we, but you'd never guess it. Like, it just sounds like a standard love song. I think a melody this perfect, doesn't matter what you do, it's hard to fuck up. Despite that, it is a great arrangement as well. I've always found the drums in the song kind of weird. The little rolls he does, I don't know if that's the word. The little fills, really quiet. They're a bit louder on the remix, but on the all 3 mixes of this song, they're really quiet. They're unusually quiet. You'd think because it's the drums are taking over for that little bit, that would be front and center, but they chose to do something unique instead. Very strange artistic decision, or maybe it was a limitation. I don't know. Maybe if they made it any louder, they would have to do that for the rest of the drum track throughout the song, and then it would have been too loud. I don't know. But still, cool. It's not a good or bad thing. It's just, I don't know, something to note. Anyway, rambling. Great song. S tier. Love it. And then, out of nowhere, you get this piece of electronic music decades ahead of its time. That looping drum beat, which is not actually a loop, but was played manually, which is all the more impressive. God damn. It is so fucking awesome, and it sounds huge as well. Really heavy drums on this. The very philosophical, existential lyrics. Like, I don't know how anyone could think Rubber Soul and Revolver are two of the same kind. This could never have been on Rubber Soul. I love Rubber Soul to bits, but there is no psychedelia on Rubber Soul at all, I don't think. You can hear where psychedelia came from on that album, but there is no actual psychedelic elements, I don't think. Certainly nothing as crazy as this. Tomorrow Never Knows is crazy. And it's, utilizing tape loops. And, the seagull sound effects are such a cool vibe. The backwards guitar on this. Oh, and I'm Only Sleeping as well. Oh my gosh, I love the backwards guitar on that. And I think the backwards guitar on this and Tomorrow Never Knows was done better than anywhere else I've ever heard it. Whether it's Jimi Hendrix, King Crimson, whoever the fuck. Plenty of people have done it, but no one has done it as notably as this. Standout moments in both songs. And, totally trippy as fuck. This is so, definitively psychedelic. Lyrically and musically. I love the outro as well, where it kind of gets into that piano thing and takes it in a different direction and then just flies out. It just fades out. So ahead of its time. A sensational song. Funny enough, I've never, as much as I admire it, I've never been, the biggest personal fan of it. It's never, gelled with me as much as as you'll see, a lot of other Beatles songs have. But I still totally admire it, still totally love it. Every time I listen to it, particularly through headphones, one of a kind experience. Especially the original stereo mix, I think really does it the best justice. And just the fact that it's all on one note, or 2 chords if it's up for debate, I think. But it's built around. Excuse me. Oh my god, it's built around one note, which is again totally unique. What pop band was doing that? What's the other thing I love about the song? Oh, the way John's vocal goes from clear to distorted. With the great story about that, how you want to be, hung upside down singing it. Yeah, just another cool little bit where it just goes and it just takes it to a different level, Yeah, so much to love about this. So many little details, and what a great way to end the album. Again, I think that's probably the best example. Got to Get You Into My Life to Tomorrow Never Knows. It's like they have nothing to do with each other. Whatever. Again, Revolver kicks ass, okay? And I think I would be amiss to not put that in S. I don't know, what the hell was I thinking? That's going to be difficult later because I know I put in A. And fuck it, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it for She Said, She Said too. I gotta. How can I not? That being said, Here, There and Everywhere, I am going to drop down to A. That is my final, not final, this isn't a final list at all. I said this would change tomorrow. This has been, 4 or 5 days since I recorded the bulk of this video. It's already changed. So, there you have it. This list could evolve day by day, but that was Revolver. And that concludes, for me at least, this video. Finally. Next album we're going to do is Beatles for Sale. An album I love. In fact, it's probably my most listened to Beatles album, probably alongside with The Hard Day's Night. I just love the sound of this album. I love the style of the originals. I do think the covers are significantly worse than the originals, but they're still fun. They're just a bit dated and not some of the greatest picks. But the originals are fantastic. And really show a strong progression from even Hard Day's Night, which was, full originals. So starting with No Reply. It's a fantastic song. I like the beat. Yeah, it's got a kind of an unusual rhythm you don't hear in too many songs. And just great lyrics, something about it strikes me as a little more mature or something than what we've probably heard before in most Beatles songs. Maybe, And I Love Her was probably the closest thing before. Don't even know what, because it's kind of, I don't know, it just seems a little deeper in the relationship, Yeah, just really good. Again, nice dynamics. The chorus really has a boost to it. Yeah, great song. Really, really great. So that's probably an A, I think. I'm a Loser. Awesome song. Famously Dylan-esque lyrics. The Bob Dylan influence is overt here, I think. Specific lines especially. Yeah, great song. Cool bass. I love the bass in the song. And just a great melody. It was one that really worked well live too. And I love the guitar playing as well. Throughout this album, I love George's tone. I think he really nailed the tone on this album. Great harmonies as well. There's just so much to love about this song. It's another A, I think. Babies in Black is one that apparently, I don't think fans of the time really, at least the teenage girl fans, were that crazy about. At least according to them. But I love it. It's definitely kind of an old school. Something about it's quite old school, but not in a bad way. It sounds almost just like a homage rather than a replication, or imitation, if that makes sense. Harmonies on this are stunning. That is it the chorus or the bridge? I don't know. I'm not good with my terms, but it is so beautiful. The "Oh, how long will it take" bit is one of my favorite Beatles moments. Like, it's so beautiful. and just the harmonies in general. Yeah, the harmonies on this album, I think are only matched by Rubber Soul. Like it's just great. So it's another A tier Beatles song. I think that would be very controversial. I've just seen a face I can't forget the time. It's so tough. Because are these songs better than You're Gonna Lose That Girl, Penny Lane? Penny Lane, well. I don't know. But I do love them. I do really love them. I think they are. I just really like the arrangements on these songs. There's a lot to appreciate in the arrangement and the playing. Rock and roll music is one I was never that crazy about. Obviously, it's a rock and roll track, which was getting a little dated by I think late '64. But it's good fun, and they do it really, really well. I developed a great appreciation of this when I heard it in mono. I'm actually one of the few people who prefer this album in mono. It is a really good sounding stereo mix. I've got a really good pressing of it too. Even still, I prefer the mono. I actually just like the vibe of the mono, but I love both. And rock and roll music is probably the best example of that. I think it sounds really good in mono. Probably go... It's probably a C tier track. But I do really like it. I'll Follow the Sun's beautiful. Really nice, warm, kind of evening vibe to it. You know, sunny kind of feel to it. Really, it suits the album cover, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like the warm glow of the cover is exactly reflected in the song. By coincidence, no doubt, but yeah, really works. I think it's great. I'm not in love with it, but it is a beautiful song. I'll probably put it in B. Mr. Moonlight is often cited as one of the worst tracks on the album. I think it's actually really good. I think it's a good song. Maybe not really good. It's a good song. John, I think everyone recognises, John did a really good performance on it. Definitely elevates the track. The organ solo on it is terrible. You know, I'm just saying everything everybody else does, but it's true. I think it's a better track than people give it discredit for. Like, it's still solid. It's a nice little, again, old school kind of ballad thing. I reckon it's a C tier track. Kansas City is the one I'm not that fond of. It's just a nothing track to me. It is weak. Not one I ever choose to play outside the context of the album. Yeah. Another cover. Bit of a medley kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not crazy about it. I think I prefer it live. Close to an F. 8 Days a Week, though, is pop perfection. I love that bass line. It's such a good bass line. Harmony on it. There's a particular harmony on the chorus I just can't get enough of. And... Is it the hand claps or the bongo drums? I'm trying to remember. Something in the rhythm section always stands out to me as well. There's a lot to like about the song. The fade in intro, the riff, it's just, yeah, really bright, beautiful. I love it. I think it's an S. Words of Love, again, is old, so it sounds dated. It's a Buddy Holly song. They do a good version of it. I think they changed the melody a bit, and I think it's for the better. I think it really improves the song. Even still, it's just a bit... It feels... It's not loose enough. Like, it feels a bit rigid somehow. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. Um, I do like the sound of the jangly guitar on it. I think it's a really nice sound. But just as a song, I'm not that crazy about it. I used to be. I used to like it quite a bit more. But yeah, pretty iffy on it nowadays. Probably put it E. Honey Don't is an interesting one. I think it sounds a bit awkward. It's a country track, kind of like Act Naturally is for Help. But I don't think it's as tight. Like, it just sounds a bit limp. And I do like it. It's very well recorded. It sounds incredible through headphones. It's okay. It's an alright track. But I'll probably have to put in E2. Every Little Thing, I think, is really underappreciated. And it's a beautiful song. Again, just fantastic harmonies, really nice melody. Again, it has a kind of vague sense of maturity to it. I can't put my finger on. But yeah, gorgeous song. There's another one. It's so much to appreciate, so much to listen out for. You know, it's not the most complicated song in the world, but it's got so many great little touches to it, and just a bloody well-written song. So I think that's A. I really love Every Little Thing. Oh, I really love it. I almost want to put an S, but maybe not quite. Like, yeah, I'd say it's on the level of She Said, even though they're impossible to compare, but in terms of enjoyment, probably on the same level. I Don't Want to Spoil the Party is another one, like There's a Place and Not a Second Time, where I think people really overlook it. Wasn't a single, wasn't intended to be, but there was a cover that actually hit number 1 in the country charts at some point, I think, not too long after it was recorded, I don't believe. I love it. I didn't think anything really of it for a long time, but now I just absolutely cannot get enough of it. The harmonies, the lyrics, and it's really those harmonies, but also just the guitar. I love the tone of the guitar. Yeah, I think it's phenomenal. That's an S for me. That's, yeah, really underappreciated. I mean, I think Rate Your Music, it's one of the lowest rated Beatles songs, and I'm like, what? Like, again, I know folk rock isn't exactly, you know, I don't think that's been in style for about 60 years, but, you know, if you've got an appreciation for it, I think the brilliance of a song like that is pretty obvious. But, you know, whatever, I'm biased. What You're Doing is an interesting one. It has some really interesting elements on it. The percussion is interesting. It does a bit of a breakdown thing as well, kind of reminiscent of Tell Me What You See. It's clever. I think the melody just isn't that strong though, and I think by Beatles standards, again, if it was anyone else, it would be fantastic. If the Bo Brummels did this, it would be their best track. Almost. But they could do better. And I think they knew that. And I think they tried to do the best they could with it, to elevate it with the arrangement. And they do a good job. But this is not quite there. I'd put it above a lot of these tracks. Yeah. I think that's where it... What you doing to me? I've been waiting here for you. Yeah, it's great. It's such a great song. Again, if it wasn't the Beatles, I'd be gushing over it. And then we got the last. Unfortunately, ends on a bit of a bum note. I really like when there's no vocals, when the instrumentation takes over, the band takes over. It's actually a really cool track. The lyrics are totally insipid. They're so dumb. It's awful lyrics. They didn't write this. And thank God. I'd be embarrassed if they did. I think George does an okay job on vocals. I really like the guitar on it. I think It's got moments for sure, but you know, it's probably a low C. I think it's probably the weakest C on here, I think. Maybe it's better than Rollover Beethoven. Not sure. And that is Beatles for Sale. Unfortunately, there are some low moments and then some middle of the road moments. But then you've got a lot of really beautiful songs as well. All originals, of course. Two, knockout classics. But then No Reply and I'm a Loser. Babies in Black, Every Little Thing. Again, if it was any other band, I'd be like, those are fucking incredible. But the bar is just so goddamn high. So yeah, that is Beatles for Sale. Next up, it's the White Album. So we're going to start with Back in the USSR, which is a really fun little, vaguely Beach Boys inspired, maybe it's not vague, it's a Beach Boys inspired little rocker, and it does rock, and supposedly Paul plays the drums on this, and I think he does a pretty damn good job too. It's one of those songs where there's a lot of little details to appreciate, and they really just, I love the, ironic tongue-in-cheek lyrics and the kind of subversive nature of the subject matter. Good humour, good spirit, just a really fun song overall. So for me, it's going in the A tier. I think, let me double check. It's getting a bit, now that we're getting more, we're defining each tier a bit more. It's getting a little more getting more confusing, in a way. By the way, White Album is my second favourite album of all time. Possibly tied with Love's Forever Changes, so yeah. A lot of these tracks will be scoring pretty high. But, a lot of them won't. Dear Prudence is just so beautiful. It's an S tier. That bass is beautiful. It's pretty up for debate who plays drums on this. I think it's a mixture of Paul and Ringo. Some say it's Ringo all the way through, some say it's Paul all the way through, and some say it's both. I wouldn't be surprised if it's both. I don't have the ear to be able to say either way. My gut feeling is it's both. I don't know. Anyway, the drums, I like the way the whole song builds and builds and builds. They're just absolutely, beautiful. Really, really beautiful. And just shows how sympathetic John could be. He wasn't just a tough guy. And he wasn't just, he wasn't just about being provocative. He really had a tender heart. And that's on naked display there, I think. Glass Onion is another really great track that I underrated for a long time in my younger years. I love the heavy drums on it, the eerie outro. What this album does is flow way better than you could ever think it could, given how radically diverse the songs are on it. Not too dissimilar to Revolver in that sense. But, I think it flows a hell of a lot better, which is amazing, because it's a double album. No, not everybody else feels that way, but I just think the way a lot of these songs tie together is just ingenious. And, this is another good example of that. I like the way it just kicks in and out of gear. And John's vocal, again, so utterly unique. No one sings like John Lennon, especially in this period of time. It's just... yeah, I love the playful throwbacks to other Beatles songs. And it's got a bit of heaviness to it as well. Just a very unique song. I think that's... I think it's an S. I do really love Glass Onion. And I think the remix is the reason why. I think it changed my perception of it. Again, it's crazy the difference a mix can make. Original mix isn't bad, but the remix really gives it some oomph. Obla Di Obla Da, another controversial track, you know, a lot of people call it Paul's granny music, whatever. I think it's so much fun. Another song where there's so much happening. It's just, and I love the little storytelling, the characters, you know, everything about it. It's just joy encapsulated. There's a lot of musical depth here. It's hard to deny that, I think. So that's an A tier track for me, close to an S. Yeah. To me, it's perfect. Wild Honey Pie is a novelty kind of throwaway track. I think it's a lot of fun. A lot of people don't like it. I'm like, it's way too short to be an issue. If it was 2 minutes long, okay, fine. But it's like 40 seconds long. To me, it is just part of the goofy, oddball, off-kilter charm of this album. And I love it, and I'm so glad it's there. It's just a little interlude, again, you know. Before the next track. And so for me, I just appreciate it a whole lot. I think it's a lot of fun. I have to go E. Because, I mean, it is a novelty track, and unlike some other tracks that are novelty tracks, like You Know My Name, it probably doesn't go beyond too far beyond that. It really is pure novelty. But I still just, I think it, you know, as far as pure novelty tracks go, it's pretty hard to beat. The continuing story of Bungalow Bill. I think a lot of people don't really think much of this song, but I fucking love it. It is so, like, black comedy. Just, you know, quintessentially white album. I love the intro, even if it was played on a Mellotron. Love the outro, love the lyrics, love all the little humorous bits, you know, Yoko joining in and just the crazy words, the story it tells. It's just amazing. But also the fact that it's not just pure nonsense. I like that it was kind of satirical of real life events. That is my alarm going off. Give me 2 seconds. And I really just love, there's nothing off the tables with this album. Anything goes. Like the whole outro and the clapping before the Ayo, and then it goes into While My Guitar Gently Weeps, which is such a radical departure in sound and tone, and yet it's perfect. It's such a perfect transition. I'm serious. It's an S tier song for me. I love it. I really love it. I think it's going to be baffling to some people, but I don't care. Look, I know there's a lot in S tier. Excuse me. And you may think that kind of detracts from the meaning of, you know, what an S tier track is. Again, I just adore this band. I really find it difficult to write off these tracks. I love them. I love them. I mean, these are my favorite songs ever, practically. You know what I mean? I cannot fault these tracks. And these ones as well, like, you know, S and A, and even B, like all of these are fantastic too. It's just, C, oh my god, so good. D, oh, all these tracks are great. Come on. So, like, I'm being honest, like if I thought these songs were anything other than great, I would rank them lower, but I just can't. I love them. While My Guitar Gently Weeps. The drumming on it, so good. Great lyrics by George. Very powerful. I get shivers every time I hear this. Paul's bass, especially in the second half, is so chunky. I love Paul's bass tone on the White Album. It's so chunky. This is the best way to put it. Like, it's just got that. Yeah. Glass Onion also really shows it off well. And it's just so much atmosphere to it. The outro. Of course, Eric Clapton's guitar is phenomenal. His best playing. Even in Cream, I'm a big Cream fan. I think he peaks here. Like, it's just a phenomenal track. And this is their this along with Abbey Road are their classic rock albums. Like, I think they're really representative of where the 70s would go in a lot of respects. And I think this is a really good example of that as well. Very influential, I think. I think a lot of people have tried to write there while my guitar gently weeps. Happiness is a Warm Gun. I think the first side of the White Album is my favourite side to any Beatles album. Possibly any album ever. So they're pretty much all going to be S tiers. Happiness is a Warm Gun. That chunky guitar sound has so much venom to it in the first portion. The shifting time signatures, genius. The whole doo-wop thing at the end is just such a like out of left field decision, and it works so well. And then the cheesy kind of, it's very tongue-in-cheek, obviously. I think the last section, when I hold you in my arms, it's just such a throwback to the old, I don't even know what you'd call it, but it's such a throwback, I know. But that first bit especially is just, it's so thick in atmosphere, again. Really captures a unique feel. And it's just a very, very clever song. And the lyrics, some of my favourite Beatles lyrics as well. So, yes. It's getting big. I don't like that it's piling up, but I can't help it. I love them all. Martha, My Dear. Really beautiful song. I love the kind of, I love a good melodic piano-driven track. And it's got orchestration on it, so I'm in heaven when I'm listening to this. It's my favourite combination of things. Just a fantastic song, really well recorded. I think the remix really does it better justice as well. I think it really improves the song. I don't think the original stereo mix kind of rubs sort of a bit of power, and it doesn't showcase how many individual elements there are to this, because actually there's quite a few things happening in the song, but I don't think that's as obvious until you listen to that remix where they really get to shine. And I don't think any greater subtlety works to the song's benefit. So anyway, I think that's an A. But yeah, really phenomenal. And look, even though I gushed over Happiness as a Warm Gun, I will say I do prefer the first portion. And it is quite a short song as well. So I think maybe I will do an A for that one, I mean. But I will never forget my first time listening to that song. Like, my dad took me to the car and played it for me. And I was like, fuck. Like, it was just incredible. Excuse me. I don't know what's going on with my throat. Jesus. I'm So Tired is really cool. I feel like it could have done with a bit more punch to it. It sounds like a precursor to the Plastic Ono Band stuff. And I kind of wish it was a little more in that direction with a bit more, not grunge, you know, but yeah, just a bit more venom to, I guess, is the best word I can think of at the moment. But it is good. I think again the remix really improves it, but for me it's probably a B tier song. But it is good. I keep saying that. I gotta stop saying that. I'm sorry, but they're all good. I don't want to understate. I try not to overstate, but I don't want to understate either. Like, it is just phenomenal. Blackbird, of course, absolute classic, beautiful track. A lot to love about this song, you know, gorgeous melody, really great guitar playing, simple, naturalistic kind of vibe to it, laid back, you know, it's a really nice, comforting song. Timeless. I mean, it will never age a day. Like, it's just beautiful. Paul's voice, again, gorgeous. Maybe not, like, totally down my alley, of course. I think there are definitely other White Album tracks I like more. But it's a beautiful song. Piggies, not a favourite of a lot of people. Fair enough. I do think the album slips down a little bit here for a little bit. This is the weakest portion of the album. But Piggies is really cool. Another one, I've got to say again, I think the remix really improves it. The best elements come to shine. The orchestration is actually really cool on this. It's Baroque. And that's unusual for George. That's more a Paul McCartney thing. To, you know, have classical influence. But it is. And it's a bit satirical as well, which is definitely George. I love that. It's like a punchline, the final sentence. To eat their bacon. it's so, again, off kilter, which is just the White Album in a nutshell, I think. I think it deserves more credit than it gets. Look, it's not a standout track, but it's still great. I love all these songs. I'd put that at about maybe a C. Fuck, that's being too harsh, but there's a lot of good tracks here. I'd say it's probably a high C. Rocky Raccoon. Funny enough, I didn't realise this actually seems to be a bit of a fan favourite. Like, I see this rated pretty highly. I like it. I think it's great. Again, really, this album more than any other is deserve to be called the Beatles, because it just shows each individual's personality so well. Like, this would never have been on Sgt. Pepper's. This would never have been on Rubber Soul. And I just love it for that. It's such a playful thing. There's so many great lines in this. I think some of these songs, Don't Pass Me By, funny enough, has the exact same issue. There are lines in this that, to me, are clearly comedic. Clearly a joke. And I find them funny, and then other people will criticize them for it, as if it's meant to be a serious song. It's about a fucking raccoon. A gunslinger raccoon, like what? You know, like the whole, her name was McGill, but she called herself Lil. And everyone knew her as Nancy or whatever. Like, I've heard people call that lazy songwriting, and I'm like, what? To me, that's just hilarious. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Anyway, good track. Lots to love about it. I love the honky tonk piano. It nails the vibe, you know, the lyrics suit perfectly the sound of it. Definitely going for something very specific, and I think it nailed it. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a favourite of mine. I do really enjoy it. I think it's really well produced as well. But I probably can't give it much more than a C. Maybe even be a D. I respect a lot about it. But I think in terms of enjoyment, which is ultimately what I'm ranking on, is my enjoyment of things. It's probably, I don't think I could put it above a D. Don't Pass Me By. Unfortunately, I think I used to like the song more. And again, I love the words. I think it's funny. It's a funny song. You're in a car crash and you lost your hair. Again, people take that way too seriously. Like, that's a joke. And it's just great. Like, each Beatle had their own sense of humour. Twisted sense of humour, clearly. There's a lot of black comedy on this album. Or bleak comedy, whatever you want to call it. I think it's good fun. I like the fiddle. Apparently it's not good playing, some people said. I don't know what makes a good fiddler. I think I love that bit. That's my favourite thing of the song. Still, it is the weak point on the album. And I would have to put it E, I think. If not even an F. I don't know why I don't like it as much as others. I feel like I should. Because I can't really point anything to it that's bad. I just don't. It's just one of those things. I just don't like it as much as other stuff. Why Don't We Do In The Road? Feels like an interlude. Yet it's actually the same, very similar track length to the very next song on the album. Both written by the same people, yet have completely different vibes. One's romantic and one's just sexual. And one's bluesy and raw and one's, really laid back and cute. Why Don't We Do In The Right? Yeah, it's good fun. I like he goes crazy on the bass at the end. He keeps it real simple at first and then Paul, just lets loose with the bass. It's really cool. Great drums on it too. I wish Ringo let a bit more loose on it. I think that would have elevated it. I think he probably plays a bit too safe. Hard to complain. Like, it's a good track. Probably D tier. It's probably the slightest song on the album. I Will is beautiful. I think it is, along with I've Just Seen a Face, to me it's just the best example of Paul McCartney's effortless melodic writing. Like, he just makes melodies sound easy. I love the sung bass that he does. I don't know why I didn't play it, but it's just a cool little unique characteristic of the song. Gorgeous melody. I love that harmony at the end that comes into play. The sound of the guitar is really beautiful as well, distinct. There's a lot to love about I Will. Very sickly sweet almost, but it doesn't quite go over the edge. I'd say that's an A tier track. I really think it's beautiful and nice and short. Julia is kind of John Lennon's answer to that, I feel, in some ways. I've heard complaints about his out-of-tune vocal, and it is out of tune. But to me, it's beautiful. Like, it's not so out of tune that it's unpleasant to listen to. He still has a beautiful voice, and it gives it a bit of an emotional hit. Just wish it wasn't so double-tracked. I wish it was more just solo John. I think it works in some places, but not throughout. But gorgeous song, and the finger-picking little riff he does over it is stunning. The remix, again, it sounds really good too. A really, really beautiful song. And really heartfelt. I would put that... Not that I'm doing these in order per se, but I would put that pretty high B tier. Maybe even A. I think A. I think the ocean child is that bit is just unbelievably beautiful. And then the descent after that, really, really beautiful. Birthday's cool. Birthday's just a fun little rocker jam. It's I can understand why it's annoying to some people. But I really dig it. It's got such a fun vibe to it. And, you know, it rocks pretty hard too. I think it's a really cool track. So that's probably... I think it's B tier. Yeah, I really get into it every time I hear it. Your Blues. Great lyrics. It's amazing to think the Beatles... I mean, if you know the Beatles, it's not a surprise, but to think the world's biggest pop band, you know, biggest phenomenon was writing songs as bleak as this. It's, you know, it's pretty ballsy. And it sounds ballsy. I mean, they recorded it in one room, like one tiny... I think it was like a... Was it a cupboard or something? Not a cupboard. You know, it was a really small room. They would just play it and just let loose. And I love that cut, that clear cut that happens after the solo. Like, it's so cool. And then it's just the instrumental with the guide vocal. Oh, so much to love about this track. That bass is mega as well. Both of the guitar solos are super cool. Just a really raw, ballsy track. Like this side of the album just shows how hard the Beatles can rock. Especially these three. Helter Skelter, Everybody's That's Not Hard Except for Me and My Monkey, and Your Blues. And Birthday. Like, those are pretty hard rockin' tracks. Helter Skelter, no shit. So that's an S tier. I love this track. Mother Nature's Son is just... When I'm in the right mood for this, when I'm in that specific mood to fully get enveloped by it, man, it takes me away. I will never forget a specific listen to this. Once that night, it just took my breath away, and it's just gorgeous. I love this song. Some people don't seem to like it, and I don't understand that at all. I think it's just beautiful. So, again, so many little elements in this track that just... I love waiting for it, you know, I love listening out for it. They got really good at that from, I think, Rubber Soul onwards. Just the little... I mean, they always did it, but just the little bits that would come in, and little, you know, little flourishes. This is full of that. It's a stunning song. It's an S tier. I love it. Again, give me a break. Second favorite album of all time, okay? Everybody's That Sound Hard Except Me and My Monkey. So cool. It's like... It's almost proto-punk or something. It's... Yeah. I love all the background shouting and vocal. I love when they do that stuff. Just a really cool little rocker. Probably not like a personal favourite, but I do really like it. I just don't know if I like it that much more than these. I don't think I do. I think I'll chuck it along with these. Sexy Sadie is beautiful. Again, it's something about that piano riff is just so gorgeous, and it's yeah, kind of dark sounding. Great words. I like when it means something but it's not obvious. I think John did that really well. Obviously it's about the Maharishi, but it's kind of disguised, but it's not so disguised you can't pick it, you know what I mean? And if you didn't have the full context, you would still understand somewhat what it's about, I think. Yeah, great track. I like the harmonies on it too. Sometimes I feel like it's an A, but for whatever reason it doesn't always grab me quite that much. But when it does, it probably is an A. Oh, we got a lot of A's here. Yeah, cool drums on it too. I really like the drumming. Helter Skelter, I think it's in my top 5 Beatles songs. I think it's one of the most revelatory things they ever did. I love the fade out, fade in, fade out thing. Like, it's... Oh my god, to me this is just complete genius. The performances across the board are sensational. And, you know, people will look down when it's given credit for, like, inventing metal. To me, I just don't see how it isn't. Like proto-metal, at least. I think it deserves that. I don't know who... Paul's screaming on the song. I don't know who was screaming the way... Like, it sounds demonic. If you crank this song, like, it sounds kind of demonic, especially near the end. It's a dark-sounding song. So I just don't see how it isn't. Not that it really matters. This is a label anyway, and I'm not one of those people who has to say, you know, the Beatles invented everything. I'm really genuinely not. I just don't see how this isn't metal. Like, I'm a Black Sabbath fan. If Black Sabbath is considered metal, I don't see how this isn't. Might be tamed by modern standards, but, you know. I think yeah, incredibly powerful. That's an S tier for sure, obviously. And Long 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 is one that's often overlooked, but it is as powerful as Helter Skelter is loud. It's equal in quietness. It's a quiet power. Like, it's quite a spiritual track, reflected in both the lyrics but also the music. It's quite haunting, very haunting. And on the original mix, it is very quiet. It is much quieter than all the other tracks. And I just think it's beautiful. I love the outro. That's just so Beatles. They just, yeah, nailed their intros and outros. Yeah. Just a beautiful kind of whisper of a track. And meaningful, too. So that's S. And probably one of the last examples of psychedelic Beatles. I'd say it's pretty trippy. Revolution 1, yet another one on this album where I think the remix really kind of brought its strengths to light. There's a lot of nuance in the song that I really like, and I really appreciate that we've got both Revolution and Revolution 1. I think that was the right decision. They're very different experiences. It's not a personal favourite of mine per se. I do like the single version more, but again, they're very... This feels like they're all stoned. Like, it's such a stoner track. Yeah, really cool. But not a favourite on the album. Honey Pie I've recently really come around to. I love that it's such a obvious homage to jazz. One of... If any song is worthy of being called... Maybe besides When I'm 64, right above it. If a new song's worthy of being deemed like a granny track, it's probably this, because it's obviously on purpose. And it's not going to be for everybody, I get that. John Lennon's guitar work on it, though, is so good. Is really good. Like, he pulled that off so well. Very well recorded, and just a great melody. Like, it's just I think it's a beautiful song. Maybe not the most memorable, maybe not the most, you know, gut-wrenching track. But I like it so much, I might even put it in B. I think it's better than I'm So Tired, so... Yeah, I think it's a B tier song. Cry Baby Cry I love. It's vaguely psychedelic, again, one of the last Beatles tracks to do that. Which makes sense given when it was written. I think it was late 67, I think. Or early 68, I'm not sure. Again, absolutely wonderful poetry by John. Like, oh my gosh. What an evocative song. Like, one of those ones that just paints a picture in your head. All these characters and things. This world, it just sucks you right in. Ringo's drumming is spectacularly good. Yeah. I love Cry Baby Cry. Yes. It's the last fantastic song on the album. Savoy Truffle. I think the lyrics are too lightweight for its own good. I don't mind it. It's a bit of fun. I like the drumming on this as well. There's a lot to like about this track. And it comes at a good point as well. We need something a bit, more rocky again. A bit more upbeat. I really like it. I do really like it. I don't know where that just went. Where the fuck? Oh, it's a B tier track. Revolution 9. Now, if anything is divisive, it's this. You either love it or you hate it. There's very few people who don't feel too strongly about it either way. Personally, I love it. I think it was very daring. Again, one of their most boundary-pushing out songs. And to me, it really conjures an apocalyptic kind of feel. And I didn't need to read about it to get that. I always felt that way. It used to make me cry as a kid. It scared the absolute shit out of me. Especially hearing all the conspiracy theories and stuff around it, which I think is just all a joke nowadays. But, like in my younger, more impressionable years, like it hit me hard. And I think I felt that way before I even knew any of that. Like it scared the shit out of me. And I love it for that. There's a lot of... I think it loses a bit of steam. Like around 3/4 in. And I definitely don't listen to it much. I only listen to it in the context of the album. And sometimes I'm not even in the mood for it. Sometimes I will skip it. But when I do want to hear it, I really appreciate it. And I think it's very daring. I'm glad it's on the album. 100%. It's just part of what makes White Album White Album. You cannot predict the White Album. And to me, it's a perfect finish of these two songs. The radical shift of Revolution 9 to Goodnight. And Goodnight would be not as strong as it is without Revolution 9 to me. Because Goodnight, in this context, is a creepy track to me. Because of what just came. If it wasn't for that, it would just be, a cute little lullaby thing. But because it's coming after that, it's like, can I trust you? I think some people understand that. Some people don't. Fair enough. I've always felt that way since I was a kid. It gives Goodnight more strength because of what it is. I really like it. I think it's cool. I'd probably put it B tier. Goodnight. I used to like it more than I do now. I probably would have preferred John singing it, I think. It's probably a bit too pretty. I don't think there's enough Beatles instrumentation for my liking. It's really driven by the orchestration. But it is beautiful. It is a really beautiful track. And again, it doesn't take itself too seriously, which I love. Like yeah. And again, it's kind of a bit haunting a bit eerie given what just came before. Still, I'd probably only put it about an E. I appreciate it in a lot of ways, but I still don't. I think at that point I'm kind of ready for the album to be over. Which is funny because it's my second favorite album ever, but yeah. And that's the White Album. Looking pretty good. Got a few down here. Not too many. A couple here. Good chunk here. Good chunk here, and then a very good chunk here. So, yeah. Awesome album. The next album on the agenda is Hard Day's Night. A lot of people's favourite early Beatles record. Gotta say, the second side, I think, I often thought of a lot of the songs on the second side as my least favourite Beatles tracks. And I've done a complete reversal. maybe not a complete reversal, but I love them and I can't get enough of them. Like there are times where I'll play the album just so I can hear their second side. I find that John really hit a really special sound, kind of like a bit vicious. You know, there's a real bite to a lot of those songs on the second side. And yet it's folk. It's like this biting folk sound that he just locked into that I've not heard anywhere. That I've not heard anywhere else. So yeah, where this album drags for me a bit, drags as if I love it all, but if I had to say, you know, my least favourite bits on this are the poppier tracks. So I'm happy just to dance with you and tell me why I just like pure pop. Even Can't Buy Me Love, as great a song as it is probably just a bit too pop. Like, there's not really a whole lot interesting happening instrumentally. Still great tracks. Anyway, we'll get to those. A Hard Day's Night, a real turn from, you know, things like It Won't Be Long, She Loves You, I Wanna Hold Your Hand. This is definitely a different era for the Beatles. And that's why I kind of think it's ridiculous to say that early Beatles all sounds the same, or to act as if there was no progression to hit Rubber Soul, because to me there's a very clear change in sound from album to album on those early ones as well. And I think that's really obvious on A Hard Day's Night. We're getting into folk territory, which was completely absent on the first two albums. And even with the Beatles was much more rock and roll, I think, than Please Please Me was. Please Please Me definitely had rock and roll, but yeah. Anyway, tangent aside, Hard Day's Night, iconic intro. That chord is so famous for good reason. It still kicks ass. This song is a rampage. It's just bursting with energy. And I love that outro. So clever, so out of left field. Just very inspired kind of moment. And iconic is, you know, the perfect backdrop to the scene of them running and stumbling through the streets, being chased by fangirls. It's just a classic song that never gets old. I am still a little bit more fond, I suppose, of, you know, She Loves You and I Wanna Hold Your Hand and stuff. But not by much. I mean, and I really appreciate the change in sound here. It is a very high A tier song. And I should have known better. A really cool little track here. One of the last songs to have harmonica on it. You had I'm a Loser, obviously, on Beatles for Sale. But yeah, very good. And again, I think of the movie when I hear the song. I don't know. I don't know if it's a B or an A. I think it's a very well written song. Just really beautiful and confident. That's tough. It would be a high B. Very high B. If I Fell is a fan favourite, again, I think I've only kind of noticed that recently. I've never been that crazy about it. I think it's very some of the most clever harmonies, I think, between John and Paul. Really beautifully written. Yeah, a nice touching early track. I think I don't like the mixing of the harmonies. I think this track, honestly, like, I think with a remix, I'm sorry to say to the die-hard originals out there, I think a remix bringing those individual harmonies and just kind of separating them a bit, giving them a bit more distinct clarity, would do the song a bit more justice. And I think honestly, I think it suffers as a result of not having that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've heard remixes and I kind of like it when, yeah, they're separated a bit more. I think it works better in mono as well. But otherwise, it's just not... probably a bit too simplistic an arrangement for me. But it's still definitely a nice track for sure. It would be, yeah, about a... Oh man, that's tough. Probably a D, to be honest. I'm sorry to do it. I know there's a lot of fans of If I Fell. Yeah, I think that's a D for me. I'm happy just to dance with you. Good song, like I said, it's very, very poppy. And I think it's the first song on these two, in their main LPs at least, to be just straight pop. Like, obviously, pop is how would you would define most Beatles tracks. But usually it's pop with rock and roll, or pop with R&B, or pop with, something else. I feel like this is the first song where it is just straight pop. Like, I don't know what else you would call it. It's not folk pop. I wouldn't call it folk. I wouldn't call it R&B. I wouldn't call it rock and roll or anything else, Yeah, it's just a nice kind of dance song. Upbeat dance song. It's good. Not amazing. I don't know, I like these tracks better than the three I have here of Help. And I Want to Be a Man. And Chains and A Taste of Honey. And Love Me Do. Probably not as much as Why Don't We Do It in the Road? I don't know, maybe I'm underrating them a bit. I think I am. Because if we look at Mr. Moonlight and rock and roll music, or Always Trying to Be My Baby, it's better than those. So I think I'm underrating them a bit. I think we'll chuck them in C tier. Yeah, there's a lot of With the Beatles here, so I feel like it's even better than a couple of these. Better than Misery. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with C. And I Love Her. Oh my god. I think this is the most... for me, this is a turning point for them. What a hauntingly beautiful song. Like, this stacks up in terms of... in every single regard to me. In terms of performance, in terms of arrangement, in production, everything. Like, to me, this stands toe-to-toe with all of their later stuff. And I am, my preference is the later stuff, but I do adore the early stuff too. And I listen to it more. Because it's just a bit more easygoing. You can kind of put it on any time and get the most of it. Whereas I feel like I'd be in a certain mood a bit to fully appreciate the others. But Hard Day's Night I can put on any time, just love it, have a good time. But And I Love Her, yeah, it's just such a gorgeous, gorgeous song. And it's got a real haunting quality to it, which is very unusual for this early period Beatles song. George's guitar playing, of course, that little riff is integral to the track. And great lyrics, great vocal, just stunning melody. So that's an S tier track for me. Tell Me Why, again, it kind of feels like the sister to I'm Happy Just to Dance With You a little bit. Again, straight pop. I love the falsetto they do. That little moment is very, very cute. Yeah, really infectious energy, really upbeat. I would say it's, probably I'm Happy Just to Dance With You's match. Just strikes me as kind of along the same kind of line. Can't Buy Me Love is like those two, but single worthy. And it was, obviously. Paul does a really good job singing this one. Yeah. Pretty much what I just said about I'm Happy Just to Dance With You and Tell Me Why applies to this. Really infectious, beautifully upbeat. Is it B tier or is it C tier? That's the decision I've got to make. Oh my god, it's so tough now. I think it's B. It's so close. It's like right on the line of B or C. Anytime at all is the first of what I consider, you know, as I said a bit earlier, the second side of tracks where it's just a bit, yeah, there's a bit of like a raw venom to them. Which is funny because it's a romantic song, not a biting song, but it just has that sound to it. It's got a bit of a, yeah, I don't know. I give up trying to describe what I'm thinking. Anytime at all, do. Anytime at all. I really like it. I think it's good. It's definitely a B. I'll cry instead. Now these lyrics are, you know, devastating. John, a lot of people actually find them a bit misogynistic, I think. They kind of are, I suppose. But, you know, like, whatever. I don't think they're a problem. You know, just because he's saying he's going to do something doesn't mean he will. It's just the story that's being told. Yeah, I love the lyrics on this. Really controlling kind of... I don't advocate it, don't get me wrong, but yeah. It's just, yeah, a really nice, yeah, hard rock and folk vibe to it. I'm really into it. It's very short, very quick. It doesn't overstay its welcome. You can say it for a lot of Beatles tracks. They know when to end. They will not chuck on another chorus just for the sake of, you know, meeting a time. That's the only girl I had. If I could get my way, get myself locked up today, but I can't, so I'll cry instead. I mean, is it the match to Obla Diablo? Not really, but like, again, it's really hard to compare a lot of these tracks because they are so different. So, I don't know, I really like it. I'm going to put it there. Things We Said Today is another really good track. Me, I'm just a lucky guy. Love to hear you say that love is love. And though we may be blind, love is here to stay, and that's enough to make you mine, girl. Yeah, there's a real shift in the feel of the verse and chorus, which I think is cool. And it's just strong. They're both equally as strong as each other. It's a really good song. I've actually got a mate it's his favourite Beatles song. When I Get Home Again is another, like, harsh. It's something I think you'd probably would have thought George had written based off Don't Bother Me. But no, it's John. Like, it's showing a different side of John on this album. Got a whole lot of things to tell her when I get home. This is nothing that sounds like these songs to me. They feel very unique. I really didn't like it much as a kid, but I've really grown into it. But are they better than I Should Have Known Better? I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll put it B. But I really like it. You Can't Do That is a definite A. It is a fantastic song. It might even be closer to an S. Okay, it's not better than Tomorrow Never Knows. Or She Said, She Said. But it's a really good song. Very, very strong. I think it's one of my favourite songs on the album for sure. Above these three. I'll Be Back is a gorgeous song. Definitely an A as well. Really strong track. And just a beautiful way to close out the album. I love the bridge on it. I love you so, I'm the one who wants you. Yes, I'm the one who wants you. Oh. Beautiful, stunning, absolutely just drop dead gorgeous. Yeah, really good. Great album, Hard Day's Night, and just unbelievable was their second year, all originals at a time when that wasn't expected by them to do that, and yeah, they did it. No Ringo track, no George written track, very unusual for that as well. 13 songs as opposed to 14. There are a few, different, like 4 firsts on this, but I think it was definitely a departure. Again, the folk sound, the jangly guitar thing, which would go on to influence the Byrds and countless other bands. Very, very influential album and movie. So, yeah, phenomenal. Okay, now we're getting into even more dangerous territory because 2 of the albums here consist of... There's 2 of my top 3 or 4 favourite albums of all time. Pepper's Rubber Soul. Abbey Road, obviously, would be, not totally far off there either. So we're going to do Pepper's next. It is my favourite album of all time. Expect S's. But, I'll be reasonable about it. So the title track sets the stage. There's nothing kind of really like it. It's got really nice, rock and edge to it. I love the guitar on this song. The second half after the orchestral interlude is really like it just kicks off. It's so good. I'd say it's probably an A. With a little help from my friends. It's beautiful. It's again so uplifting. One of my favourite Beatles bass lines. Or bass lines ever. Like, it's such a good bass line. Ringo does really well on it. I love the harmonies on it. It's just a really wholesome, uplifting track. But it's got depth, both lyrically and musically. So I think that's an A as well. And yeah, continues the theme. Very cool. Lucy in the Sky Diamonds is the quintessential psychedelic track as far as I'm concerned. When I think of psychedelia, I think of LSD, which is fitting. Yeah, gorgeous poetry, the vocals on it, everything about it totally inspired. It's sensational. It's an S. Getting Better. Again, pop perfection. Like, it's... I love that bit with the... it kind of... The bridge. That is a bridge, isn't it? You used to be cruel to my woman, I beat her and kept her apart from the things that she loved. Man, I was mean, but I'm changing myself, I'm doing the best I can. Great lyrics, fantastic lyrics throughout. Paul's vocals are, no one else could have sung this as good as he in the entire world. Like, he's just amazing. I love John's counterpoints. I love that guitar sound. Like, I've never heard that guitar sound anywhere else. It is so specific to Getting Better. The bass line is a ripper as well. This whole album this and Rubber Soul, full of just impeccably good bass lines. Yeah, it's an S. Fixing a Hole is one I never tire of. I love there's nothing that sounds like this to me. It is totally unique. Which is true for a lot of, songs on this album, I think. Maybe not a lot, because it's so fucking influential, but I've never heard a song that feels or sounds the way Fixing a Hole does. I love that intro. Ringo's brushes, really beautiful, and very heady psychedelic lyrics. Yeah, I love it, and it's one, again, I had to wait until the remix to fully appreciate. It really came to life then. But no, I like the original mix on this too. I can't stand the original mix for 99% of the tracks on this album. 99%. But that's one where it's fun. She's Leaving Home. Oh my god, another one. Now this is the one where the remix and the original mono really is infinitely superior to the original stereo mix that I grew up with. It's a dirge in the original stereo. In the remix and the mono, the correct speed, that is the altered speed, but correct because it's what they intended. It's a stunning song. The arrangement is gorgeous. The lyrics, beautiful. Really touching story and just beautiful. I mean, I think it's their most beautiful song. And it took me way too long to realise that. Yeah, never get sick of this. I love John's vocals on this as well. It's so touching. And I love the instrumental version of it as well, with the uncut bits. I think that's a really interesting listen as well. I love listening to that. Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite is, again, singular. Like I'm Only Sleeping, it captures a very specific feeling, and it does it perfectly. Great bass line. Fix and Hole has a great bass line as well. Forgot to mention. Simple, but just perfect. Oh, Lucy in the Sky Diamonds. Again, one of my favourite bass lines ever. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. Those tape loops, when the vocals totally drop out and the tape loops take over, some of my favourite Beatles moments, full stop. This is a top 10 Beatles song for me. It could have been a gimmicky track, but no, I mean, you take away all that even, and it's still a great song, so, yeah. Absolutely just puts you in a trance. Like, it's amazing. John just had a very unique talent of capturing a very specific feeling and putting it into music. And of course, you know, George Martin is an essential part of that, and I think more on that track than any other in their entire discography, which is saying something. Within You Without You. Contentious, the second Indian kind of style track in their discography. 2 of 3. I think the best of the 3, and I really rate Love You Too, as you know. I love Love You Too. It's top 5 Beatles track for me. Especially that instrumental portion is just beautiful. I love the laughter at the end as well. It just, you know, it's such a good segue into When I'm 64. Yeah. Great lyrics as well. Hippie, but again, it's too spiritual to just be nonsense, you know. It's not cliched hippie. It's got real depth to it. It's based in philosophy, you know. So, yeah, sensational. And thank God, again, that the rejection of Only a Northern Song pushed him to write that, because, yeah, I think it fits so much better. And it's just a stunning track. When I'm 64, really cute. It is the low point of the album for me, admittedly. Yet I loved it as a kid. Absolutely loved it. This is, yeah, as I said, you know, the quintessential Paul Granny song. At least in the Beatles. But it's beautiful. The harmonies get me every time. And if you say the words, you know, that whole bit where it's like, you'll be older too. Sorry. Oh yeah, I get shivers during that every time. But it's just beautiful, and to me, this whole album is like a journey through life, and growing old is an essential part of that. And I think it's such a beautiful track. It has a lot of meaning to me. So, look, I think I've underrated Penny Lane. I think it's finally time I rectify that mistake. I think Penny Lane is better than I gave it credit for. I would say Penny Lane is better than When I'm 64. This is the issue. So I've done most of this list throughout the day, not in one sitting. And yeah, so my mind's already changed about this stuff. But yeah, I can't put Penny Lane that low. And Lovely Rita, I love it. Paul's vocal again. I wouldn't want anyone else singing this track. Like, it's just his voice is just perfect for this. And you know, the intro and the outros are so trippy. Oh, they're perfect. They're so cool. But the guitar again, really unique acoustic guitar sound on this, and I love it. The piano solo is beautiful. There's a lot to love about this track. So melodic. Oh my gosh. Again, Paul's melodic mastery on full display. What a great song. I think it's A tier. I'm sorry, guys. I'm Pepper's unapologetic. You know, Pepper's obsessive. Good morning again. Often seen as the low point for the album. I get it, but it needs a bit more. The album needs this. A real rockin' track. Paul's electric guitar solo on it is fantastic. It's so Hendrixy. Yeah, really good. I love the time signature changes. There's thunderous drums. Oh my god, the thunderous... Peppers doesn't get enough credit for its thunderous drums. I mean, there is some really like heavy drumming on this album at times. This and the Reprise are the best examples of that. Even Lucy in the Sky Diamonds. Obviously, there's brushes on When I'm 64 and Fix It Whole. So I'm not really talking about that. But, yeah. Fantastic drumming across the board. And I love the lyrics on this. Again, it's so just picturesque. I'm totally absorbed into this world. And it's relatable. Like, it's psychedelic. It's really acidic, but it's still grounded enough that it's not just, psychedelic nonsense. It's just, yeah. Really, really brings you into a world. Great song. I've got to put it in A. I can't bring myself to put anything in B, I'm afraid. I love all these tracks. I think they're all fantastic. Best album ever, as far as I'm concerned. If you asked me a couple years ago, maybe I would have. I don't know. But my love for this album just keeps growing. The Reprise, S. It's short, but it's perfect. That drum beat, ahead of its time, so heavy, and the original stereo does not at all do the song justice. Paul's yelling vocals, such a great touch. I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know if it's part of the guide vocal that got left in. I don't know what it was, but it's awesome. I love the Reprise, and it's perfect. The way it segues from Good Morning, and into A Day in the Life. Like, that's the ultimate album finale to me. And then, my favourite song of all time. Shocker. It's going to be in an S. Of course, I'm going to put it right at the top. Not that these are in order, but there has to be there. It changed my life, I'm sorry. I know, like, everybody gushes over The Day in the Life. It's impossible to deny. It is a very, very special track. John's... Oh my god. It's just a journey. It's a ride. It's dark. It's obscure. Poetic. Scary. It's ominous. A little bit ethereal, a little bit, it's a real statement. I mean, that's just pure art. Like, what else can you say about it? It's very special. And, yeah. I think it'll always be my favourite song of all time. I don't really know what else can top it. It's just from the first time I heard it, I was in awe. And I heard it in a video game, for fuck's sakes. Like, I heard it in the Beatles Rock Band on Xbox. And you had to buy it, so I could only hear the 10-second snippet. Even that, I was captivated by. And so, you know. And it scared the shit out of me. Again, it was one of those things once you learn about the conspiracy. As ridiculous as it is to think about now. The Paul is dead conspiracy and all that garbage, you know. Still so many people who believe that. It was scary, like, it changed my perception. It was already a kind of eerie song. And then it was like, fuck, this is heavy. But it's still heavy, you know, with or without that garbage. So, yeah, anyway. Masterpiece. And Peppers, I love it. It's pretty much been my favourite album since I first heard it, you know. It hasn't really... The Dark Side of the Moon, I know the cliched answer for favourite album, but that's the only thing that's ever, like, made me wonder if it's my favourite album of all time. Nah, it's Peppers. Forever Changes is another one, but no, it's Peppers. Okay, so I decided to make a new tier list, or add a new tier to the tier list. God tier. I feel like we're getting too many S's. I want to show what my absolute favourite Beatles tracks and songs of all time, and that's these here. Again, these are super close. These are really close, but not quite. These are the ones that are just like mind blowing to me. Should Rain and Day Tripper go there? Should Ticket to Ride be there? You know, should The Reprise be there? Should Getting Better be there? It's really tough. I don't know. These are all really close. Let's just say, look, they're basically the same thing, but these are my favorite Beatles songs. This is the second day of me recording this video, but you probably won't notice a difference, so this is just going to come out of nowhere. But I think I need to do some adjustment here. Ticket to Ride I love, but I would put it pretty much exactly alongside Day Tripper, and I Feel Fine. So I don't know if it's quite a god tier track, but it is exceptional. And then I think it is time for the one and only Rubber Soul, of which I adore. Drive My Car. Incredible riff, incredible groove, and you know, vibe. Definitely a step forward. They sound more confident than they've ever sounded on this track. Vocally, instrumentally, everything. Yeah, really, really awesome song. Definitely an S tier. Norwegian Wood. God tier. Stunning track. Again, the progression from Help is immediately evident. And it doesn't let down. You know, this whole album is just the absolute height of pop songwriting as far as I'm concerned. And rock, like it's just, to me, it's practically a flawless album. I love the mono, I love the stereo, they're both amazing listens for different reasons. Norwegian Wood, yeah, that little narrative is just everything. But the exotic instrumentation, Paul's bass is really cool too, really unique. There's a lot to love. You Won't See Me is a really interesting track. Again, there's a lot happening here. I think it's got some of Ringo's best drumming. You know, phenomenal bass line, This whole fucking album just has ridiculously good bass. Totally on a different level to Help and everything that came before. You know, you had select songs with great bass before. Now it's every single goddamn track. Yeah, You Won't See Me is really cool. I love it. I don't know if I love it so much. I would put it in A. I think instrument. I don't know. It's so tough. It is really, really good. The ooh la 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 is like. No, I gotta put it A. It is definitely one that's easy to take for granted, I think. Nowhere Man, really interesting track. Oh, the harmonies are fucking so good. Great words, stunning melody, just a timeless melody. And those trebly guitars just pushed to the max, like it's so quintessentially Rubber Soul. I feel like this was very influential. Like to me, it's just such a perfect song. Like it, you know, really tough to put into words. Very strange, very early guitar solo on this one as well. Where it kind of just, you know, comes out of nowhere. Look, I'm really favourable towards this whole album. It's gonna be S's and A's like Peppers. Like I find it really difficult to just to put these anything less. It's an A track. Think for Yourself, really cool song again. You got two bass lines. You've got the fuzz bass, which sounds kind of like a guitar, and then you've got the actual, you know, just regular bass, both played by Paul, as far as I know. And then those three-way harmonies are so good. Really great lyrics too. Again, there's definitely not just musically, and technically even, but also lyrically, we're just so far in advance of what we had before. Think for Yourself, great lyrics. Although your mind's opaque, try thinking if just for your own sake, the future still looks good. You've got time to rectify all the things that you should. Like, it's just, yeah. And so George as well. Really slept on track, and I think it deserves better. It's an A for me. And to me, this is the first album where George is becoming... He is the equal of John and Paul to me. Okay, there's no song he did on the album that is Michelle or Girl or Norwegian Wood, but Think for Yourself is very close to You Won't See Me. Or Wait. Or The Word. Run for Your Life, you know. So, yeah. The Word, oh my god, this is gonna startle some people. I do not know why people do not think much for this song. It is completely baffling to me. To me, it's one of the grooviest things they ever did. That bass line is irresistible. The hippie lyrics, which are 2 years ahead of their time, like, what? Great drumming, great harmonies. Oh, so good. I'm serious, this is a god tier track for me. I do not understand why this is not hailed as like an all-time classic song. It's perfect. And it grooves. It's got that funky groove to it that very few Beatles songs have. Michelle. It's like, you know, as gorgeous as Yesterday is to me, Michelle is the one. The ballad. The Beatles Paul ballad. To rule them all. Very, very clever. Really captures that vibe. Again, totally on a whole different level to what we were getting on Help. Even Yesterday, as gorgeous as it is. Okay, well, it's probably on the same level as Yesterday, but I mean, I think what Paul's doing is more interesting too, though. And Yesterday was really a Paul and George Martin thing, whereas this is definitely a full band track. Those harmonies are stunning. Again, this is just some of their best vocals, 100%, throughout this entire album. And, bass, I mean, that little intro, boom, 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 do, 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 do. Like, it's so good. I never get tired of listening to this. It's my girlfriend's favorite Beatles song. I have to put it in God too. What Goes On is the only one that is not going to be S or A. Okay, it's actually not the only one. You'd probably guess which the other one isn't going to be, but it's cool, and I appreciate it. It's a bit of variation for the album. Just a little country break. There's some really interesting guitar playing on it by John Lennon. I love the interplay between John and Ringo's vocals. It's just a really cool little song, and I think they knocked it out of the park. Some good lyrics on it too. So I'm probably going to put it... I'm probably going to put it C too. It's definitely the weakest spot of the album. I don't think I'm alone in believing that. But it is by no means in its own right weak. It's still a great song. And I appreciate that it's there. Like, even though it is obviously the weak point, like, I don't feel like it hampers the album at all. Girl. It's a shame. This used to be a top 5 song for me. I think it has some of the best lyrics I ever did. Especially that last verse is just jaw-dropping. And again, like, holy shit. They were not writing stuff like that before. Very mature. Genuinely deep. Like, yeah, stunning. I just wish there was a little more happening with the guitar. There's these little jangly bits that happen deep in the mix. It's most obvious in the original stereo mix. And I wish that there was just a bit more of that kind of just little flourishes to keep it varied, I suppose. Not to say it's too repetitive, but I do really love that kind of stuff, and I feel like this just doesn't quite have enough of that. But it's also probably just overexposure. Like, it used to be a top 5 Beatles track, like I said. So, and I still adore it. It's great. I love the instrumental bit where the 2 guitars kind of take over. Yeah. And it feels like John's answer to Michelle as well. It's still an A tier track. I'm looking through you. This was an early favourite of mine as a kid. I used to sing along to this all the time. Love the lyrics. Paul's vocal. It's one of those songs again. If anyone else on the planet sang this, it wouldn't quite be the same. Like, Paul's vocal somehow is just perfect for this particular track. I love his vocals and everything, obviously, but like, for some reason, just this particular song, if anyone else on the planet sang it, it wouldn't be the same. It was just perfect for it. And I love, again, I don't know if you'd call it the chorus. Love has a nasty habit of disappearing overnight. That bit is just sorry, I can't sing shit. It's just jaw-dropping to me. It gets me every time. There's one of the most beautiful melodies I've ever heard in my life. Like, oh my god, it's stunning. Quite a simple little folk track. One of the more simple tracks on the album. But that's because it's perfect. It didn't need anything else. Like, it's just, yeah. Fantastic. Definite A. Probably. It's funny. I forgot about I kind of forgot about the S tier. The fact that I started doing the God tier, I like immediately forgot that I did God and S as 2 separate things. These are probably S's. Girls an S tier track. No Women's an S tier track. I'm looking through is an S tier track. I love Rubber Soul. Even these, it hurts to put them here. But they are probably more... Yeah, I mean, they're probably more A tier, but it's real close. In My Life, it's one of the most streamed Beatles songs now, which is just crazy. But it is, you know, really sentimental, beautiful song. That piano bit, it was very innovative and clever. Bit of studio magic at play there. You know, being that it was sped up and everything. And it was just a perfect little bit for it. It's exactly what it needed. Gorgeous harmonies. Timeless, I think. One of those timeless kind of songs. Yeah, beautiful. And introspective as well. So I'm not as in love with it as other people. I don't quite know where to put it, to be honest. Gotta say, I think it's probably more an A tier than an S tier. But high A tier. And don't get me wrong, like, it is sensational. I just want to think, like, these are my absolute favourite Beatles tracks. Yes. No, I think Girl has to go God tier. Yep, that fits. Okay, we're back on track. Wait, again, this is the definition of filler. Like, people misuse the word filler a lot. This is genuine filler, and yet, because it was a holdover from Help, I think it's better than almost everything on Help. Aside from the big ones, you know, Help, Ticket to Ride, Yesterday, I think it's better than every other track. Like, to me, it sounds perfect for Rubber Soul. Doesn't stick out at all. Even knowing that it was recorded for Help, it doesn't sound like it. And I think that's because they did work on it. They added more elements to make it fit within Rubber Soul more. I don't know what. But they totally nailed it. I love that you can hear their accents in the bridge. And the whole... I feel as though you ought to know that I've been good, as good as I can be. And if you do, I'll trust in you. And know that you will wait for me. It's just sensational songwriting. Like, to me, it's just gorgeous. Oh, by the way, with the word, I just love how it builds. It's quite a rocky track. Great drumming on the word, and the harpsichord. And then it drops back, so it strips back the instrumentation a bit, and then it gets back into full force. Yeah, awesome. So I just forgot about that. For some reason in my head, Wait and the word are quite similar, but I actually think they are that similar. Anyway, Wait, really overlooked. I'm not quite in love with it as much as the word. But I still definitely think it deserves more credit than it gets. Think for yourself, Wait, the word. Like, I think they're... Yeah, just perfect songs. If I Needed Someone is one I slept on for a long time. I don't like the original stereo mix of this. I think the three harmonies, which are gorgeous, need to be either locked together in the center or spread out like the remix does. I love the jangly, birdsy guitars. Gorgeous romantic lyrics. You know, more romantic than you probably expect from George at this point. Although, you know, we had tracks like I Need You too, so it's not unheard of. But yeah, I feel like it shows a different side to George. And those harmonies that are killful. Yeah, that's an A tier track for me. Run for Your Life, extremely divisive nowadays. There are 3 Beatles tracks I think are really controversial nowadays, for different reasons. Revolution 9, Maxwell Silverhammer, Run for Your Life. Run for Your Life, it's for its lyrical content. You probably know what I'm talking about. Ignore that, it's the alarm going off again. I'm not bothered. I'm really not bothered. And I don't want to start a debate that probably doesn't need to be talked about right now. But I can't stop you. I have to say, I think he's just playing a character. I think it's just a homage to exactly what it actually is a homage to, because it's taking, it's directly referencing old school blues tracks, this kind of stuff Elvis would have sung as well, or did sing rather. I can't remember the specific song. I don't think it's unusual to be playing a character. And I think the only reason people take it so seriously is because of John's real life character, where he did, unfortunately, could be a bit abusive. I doubt this is truly representative of that. And again, if you've been through this stuff, I get how it can be a bit sensitive. I get that. But to say it shouldn't exist because of that is a different thing. And to say it's wrong is a different thing, I think. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Musically, it's definitely one of the more simple tracks on the album. It's a very strange way to end the album as well, in one sense, because it is so venomous. It's a very harsh track on a very romantic album. Like, this is a very romantic album. And then this is just caps it off. Like, but to me, it's like very tongue-in-cheek. And if you think about it, I don't know where else it could have been. Like, I think because it is kind of out of the blue like that, it probably should have been at the end. And so I'm glad it is. But yeah, instrumentally, it's quite simple. There's not a lot going on in the song. The harmonies are really clever, I think. They're not, like, wildly complex, but I can't describe what makes me feel that way. To me, just listen to it. Like, to me, I would never have thought to do that for the harmony arrangement. Cool, raw, rocky sound that I think the album needs as well. So I really appreciate it for what it is. That being said, I'd probably put it B tier. I don't think it's better than a lot of these tracks. I think it's maybe better than half. But that's Rebel Soul, an album I seem to love more with each passing day. I've really rediscovered it in the past couple of years, and I can't get enough of it. Give me the remix, please. I'm begging you. Last, but certainly not least, we have Abbey Road. Starting with Come Together. I am in love with this song. It is so good sounding. Through headphones on my 1976 Harry Moss pressing, it is a very immersive experience. I love it. I've always felt it's got this really dirty, swampy feeling, and I think it's very special. Very creative drumming. Paul's bass is awesome, and just so it's full of nuance. I think it's the best example of the Beatles flourishes that I love that they do. There's so many bits that come in and change the song up a little bit, just little notes being played or whatever, a different harmony, a little guitar bit, whatever. Like, it's just absolute chock full of that stuff, and every bit is utter perfection. I'll never get sick of this. It's such an incredible atmosphere. That is God tier. Next we have Something. Beautiful song. Paul's bass on it is so out of the box. It's quite busy for what kind of song it is. The orchestration is really beautiful. It's kind of in the background rather than in the forefront like a lot of Beatles songs. It's kind of just there to uh, for enunciation rather than to lead the drive. And yeah, really really beautiful song. Of course, everyone loves something. And it's one of the best guitar solos ever. I mean, just absolutely gorgeous. And then when the harmonies kick in, it just totally elevates it. It's a very powerful track. Um, uh, I've never loved it quite as much as others. Um, so I think I will put it in A tier. But I respect the crap out of it. Like, I think it's worthy of all the praise it gets, 100%. Maxwell Silverhammer, oh my god. What an unnecessarily controversial song. Okay, it's not unnecessary, I can't dictate what people think. You're entitled to your opinion. I love it, I've always loved it. I think it's a great song. I think the arrangement is superb. The synth on it, so tasteful, yet just adds so much. The lyrics are a crack up. Again, another song where people take it way too seriously. I don't think I don't think it crosses the line in how dark it is. It's too funny to be, an issue. Like it's there's so much humor in the song that I really appreciate it for, but it's got the depth again musically to elevate it beyond just that. It's certainly not a novelty track. So much to love about this song. Paul's vocal is great as well. Probably not as crazy about it as I used to be, but I still really think it's a fine song. I think it's B, and I'd say it's definitely not C. I think it's a high B too. I really do it. Like, there's all of the Beatles songs that are really controversial, with the exception of only a northern song. It's only a northern song. I think are great. They're not my favourites either, but I still think they're great. Oh Darling, oh my god, Paul's vocal is incredible. One of his best vocal moments, or Beatles vocal moments, full stop. The bass and Ringo's drums, again, when they are at their peak, and they're both at their peak, they're unbeatable to me. Like, God, what a song. One I never used to rate. But Paul's bass is phenomenal and so well recorded too on this album. So much clarity. And Ringo is going crazy on those drums. I mean, that is some immaculate drumming. Just supreme drumming. Definitely a bit of a throwback song, and yet again, it feels, even to this day, I think it holds up really well. So it's that awesome balance of, you can hear what they were paying homage to, but they weren't stuck in that style. They were still, taking it out of that and raising it, modernizing it. I think it's an absolute phenomenal song. So that's an A tier track for me. Octopus's Garden is a great song. Again, love the harmonies on this. I feel like when people imitate late era Beatles tracks, this is the song they're kind of imitating. It's that kind of airy, light-hearted, incredibly melodic. Yeah, the harmonies on this are so good. The guitar playing. George's guitar playing is amazing on this. Some just fantastic guitar work on this. The guitar playing on this is a step above, I think. 67 and 68. Like, it's, throughout Abbey Road, I mean. Yeah, it's a great song. It's not, it's not a personal favourite. but I do still really like it. I definitely like it more than Yellow Submarine. Um, I think it's just the melody I don't like, as much as other songs, and I like melodies, the ultimate draw, Not to say like I say, it's very melodic. It's not that it's not melodic, just doesn't, the melody doesn't appeal to me as much as others, that's all. It's probably a C tier track, I'd put it around same as Yes It Is or Blue Jay Way. I was thinking about Yes It Is earlier, by the way. I really like that song. I'm thinking maybe it's a B, but I think I'll just leave it along with You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Those two. Across the Universe, Get Back on My Mind, they would be kind of top tier C. High C. Yeah. I Want You, She's So Heavy. Oh, so heavy. Phenomenal. I mean, again, everyone's just flying off. And then that whole white noise bit. And the repetition. And then Paul's just going crazy on the bass. Pure Beatles magic. And one of the most unforgettable musical moments in history, I think. And then the way it cuts off, of course, is just, introduced. It always comes as a surprise to people, I think. I've shown quite a few friends this song, or, played it for them. And I think it always catches them off guard, this is the Beatles? Because it's fucking heavy. I like how it gets a bit jazzy too. It goes through the stages and, they do a lot with very little in terms of, melody and lyrics, obviously. Just absolutely killer. Really, really powerful song. Gives me shivers every time. That is a god tier track. Here Comes the Sun is so beautiful. I've always taken it for granted, I think, because it is so sweet. But the clever time signatures, Ringo's drumming, the synthesizer, the sunny lyrics, again, just encapsulates that feel so flawlessly. I mean, you could not write a better song about the blessing of the sun, sensational. The guitar, what can you say about it? No wonder it's a classic. And it's taken me too long to really develop a personal appreciation of it. But that's the thing with this band, they will just keep surprising me, and the more I listen to them, the more I love them. Despite, listening to them over half my life now, I just keep loving them. I never lose love. I've never lost love for the Beatles. I just keep coming more. Because really beautiful ethereal track, makes good use of the synth as well. Their new toy on this album, but they were smart enough not to overdo it, which I respect, because a lot of other bands would have. I probably would have. Really beautiful. And gorgeous chords as well, of course. It's not a personal favourite, but it is beautiful. And it feels kind of like the prelude to the whole medley, which we're about to get into. So I think it's tough not to put that in at least an A. I think it's an A. Probably a low A for me, but it's still an A. You Never Give Me Your Money is just a little symphony. There's so many glorious moments in the song. It's a total journey in about 4 minutes. It's incredible. And could not have been a better start to the medley. Very, very cool. Okay, and by the way, if we're counting the medley as one thing, which we probably should, it's God tier, obviously. I mean, who would dispute that, I think. It's one of the more obviously ingenious I mean, obviously, I think just everything the Beatles did is fucking genius, pretty much. But I think it's one of the most undeniably just, yeah, incredible contributions to the world. But you know, I'm gonna do it properly. I'm gonna do song by song, as unfair as that may be, given how short some of these are, and not unfinished, but you know, they were made to be heard within the context of this largely, or at least were by the time of final recording and everything. But yeah, I think this is a god tier song. There's so much happening in this, so much to love. Sun King just pulls it right back before we get too ahead of ourselves. Really great atmosphere to it. I will never forget listening to this in my little earphones. I had really good earphones. Back when the remix first came out. Not that there's anything wrong with the original mix of this album. But yeah, just listening to the beach at night by myself as the moon was kind of like over the water, and it was just magic. It was pure magic. I've always loved this track. I did find it lost a bit of luster when I found out the Spanish they speak, quote unquote, is just gibberish. I think it would have been cuter if that actually had some real relevance. But as it is, it kind of feels like a bit of a cop out. Just takes it of robs of the magic of it, I think. For me personally, I actually have a friend who felt the same way, and I regretted telling them afterwards, because you know, ignorance is bliss sometimes. But you know, like musically, it's still phenomenal. Where do I want to put it? Obviously, it's quite derivative of Albatross. Sorry, is it Albatross? Fleetwood Mac. Is it Albatross? No, I feel like I'm getting confused with another one. It's not Black Magic Woman. It's been a long time since I've heard Santana. I do like me some Santana, by the way. Anyway, it's not so similar that it's a rip-off, but it's clearly a homage, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. But that's an A-tier track for me. You know what, I think it might even be an S. I really love Sun King. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Mean Mr. Mustard, quite a short John Lennon track. These two kind of have their own distinct feel within the medley, yet still somehow work perfectly. And these two feel connected, even though they weren't meant to. Lyrically, I mean. Yeah, it got a bit of grit to the song, which is cool. Really rocks quite hard. It's a good track. Me and Mr. Mustard shades in the dark, trying to save people. Great words too. Oh, the bass is so heavy. Sleeps in a hole in the road. They run up to buy some clothes. Keeps a 10-bomb note up his nose. He's such a so I just gotta, sometimes I gotta remind myself of it, as if I haven't heard this album literally hundreds of times. Is it S or is it A? Oh, it's so tough. I think I'm gonna put that in Polythene Pam and A, but they're so close to S. I love the drumming on Polythene Pam, so heavy. And then the way it fades in as she came in through the bathroom window is so cool. These two are S as well. Oh, the drumming on She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. The guitar. Oh, the guitar's gorgeous. One of my favorite moments of guitar is in this song. I don't know. I think I just got to put an S for all of them, to be honest. Fuck. Hang on. That's not where we want it. Polythene Pam. Me, Mr. Mustard. She came through the bathroom window. Yeah, gotta do it. Gotta do it. Golden slumbers fill your eyes. Smiles awake you when you rise. Sleep, pretty darling, do not cry. And I will sing a lullaby. Very powerful track. Once there was a wave. Yeah, the orchestration. How can I not put an S? Like, there's no part of this medley that isn't perfect. Like, it's a very consistent flow of songs. Like, every portion is as good as the one before and the one after. Like, boy, you gotta carry that weight for a long time. Boy, you're gonna carry that weight. Do 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 do. And then the reprisal. Oh, it's so tough. We basically just put the whole medley in S anyway. I was trying to do it individually, but I actually thought some would be A, some would be S, but no, I like it. I think it's all S. The end, of course, is S as well. The three guitars, the drum solo. Is it even God tier? It could be. What a flawless ending. Yeah, I mean, it's very short, but, you know, you to take it within those terms. And it's perfect. It's the perfect conclusion to the medley, and an awesome little piece by itself as well, even despite how short it is. So that's got to. And man, those drums sound so good too. Original mix, remix, doesn't matter. Like, they're so heavy. Yeah. And then Her Majesty, just a cute little hidden track, originally at least. So many chords in such little time. You know, it's hard to like really criticize this because it is just a little. I don't know if novelty is kind of the right word, but it is. I mean, it's just a little afterthought kind of thing. But it's nice. Like, it's a really nice little thing. Doesn't really have anything to do with anything. Her Majesty's a pretty nice girl. Wanna tell her love. Yeah, really, really melodic. It's probably a D. Everybody's trying to be my baby now. I think it's time for some editing. Although, we do have the singles. The aftermath tracks. Free as a Bird is my favourite of the three. I don't know why people seem to write it off so much. I've always really liked it. And I love the outro. It's got quite an exotic kind of feel to it. I love the guitar solo on this. Amazing guitar solo. It's so inventive. I think it's a great track. I don't understand why it's not hailed, or, you know, it has better acclaim. Like, it's great. Is the next best thing to be free as a bird. And the harmonies, Paul's older voice against John's. Yeah, I think it's magic. I think they did a really, really good job. Real Love is a more poppy, you know, it sounds like a single. Very sweet. Very well written. I don't like it as much as Free as a Bird, obviously, but I still really rate it. That being said, it's probably a B tier song, but it is good. Really good. Now and Then, very divisive at the time. I was listening to the John Lennon demo quite obsessively, actually, the year before the Beatles version came out. I was familiar with it before that, and loved it. But for some reason, and yeah, 2023, not the year before, but before the anthology was even announced. I mean, sorry, not the anthology. The Red and Blue album remixes were 2023, weren't they? And the song. Yeah, I was listening to the demo a lot and really got into it. I think there's a real magic to that solo John Lennon demo. I remember being very disappointed when I first heard this. I felt like they could have done more with it to make it more of a Beatles. I think it could have been more daring, is what I'm trying to say. Especially with the orchestration. I've kind of grown to like it. What was done with it a bit more. But I don't like the way it was mixed either. It's really loud and compressed. Like Paul's bass is inaudible. Ringo's drums do not stick out at all. I don't know why they got rid of the bridge. I guess I do. But I really like that bridge. And I think it loses something without it. And again, I feel like more could have been done. Like, I remember hearing it and I had all these ideas for it. That to me were better than what was actually on the final thing. So I feel like it was a bit of a missed opportunity. I think they played it too safe. Whereas Free as a Bird didn't. Like it was Beatles because it was creative and it was pretty daring, I think. It had a lot of great elements to it. If we're talking about the demo, I would think it's like an A or S tier. I mean, it's hard to rate it against like fully formed songs. It is really in a very early state, at least in terms of performance. But as the final product, I think it is probably. I think it's a C. It's a solid C. It's probably a middle tier C. I think it is a beautiful song. It is a touching song. Especially the story behind it. Which I do believe is legitimate. But I can't put it that much higher than that. And that is every Beatles song ranked. So what I just want to do before we cap it off is just, I want to double check. Again, this will change tomorrow anyway, so is there really any point? But I just want to make sure I have rated everything kind of fairly. So I was standing there, like I want to put that in God tier. Like I love that song. There's a Place, Please Please Me, It Won't Be Long. Not a Second Time, like those are all, I don't want to spoil the party, those are all actually close contenders for me. Fall on the Hill. I'm gonna do it. These two have been long time favorites, and I don't want to spoil the party since I think 2019. I've fallen in love with that too, so I'm gonna do it. I saw her standing there. I gotta do it. Those are god tier tracks. Like I'm underplaying how good they are, and I know these three especially will be crazy to people. I don't care. This is my list. Fuck you. All I gotta do, get stuffed. Great song. Like, what are you talking about? I think all these are fair. These are S. Some of the best songs ever written. I'm happy with those, I think. I feel fine. Day Tripper. So tough. So tough. Magical Mystery Tour. Like, I want to put that S. I love that. We can work it out, but Riley and Light, Hey Jude, She Said She Said, which is a song I just never get tired of. So it's such a... It's like, it kind of reminds me of what the Yardbirds would do a year later. A little bit. Just a bit. It's a bit, it's definitely more polished than that. Tomorrow Never Knows, like, fuck. For No One. Oh my gosh. Every little thing. Love it. I will. I'll be back. This is impossible. What an impossible task. Again, this is just for fun. This is not a definitive list. It's only love. I'm thinking maybe I want to tell you I probably did a bit too high. It's probably a low B. I do really like it though. It's either a really high C or a low B. I'll leave it in B. I think it's fine where it is. Ask me why. Like, I know it's such like a. I think a lot of people don't really care for that song. I just think it's beautiful. I think it's really sweet. And again, it kind of reminds me of stuff like Burt Bacharach would have written. I do love Burt Bacharach. I just love that old school, early 60s stuff. And a lot of people don't. But, you know, I think that's just a matter of taste. I don't think there's actually anything wrong with those songs at all. I think they're very well written. It's just in a style people don't really care too much for nowadays, generally speaking. So I think that's where it should be. Savoy Truffle's great. Everybody's got something to hide except me and Monkey. It's funny, like, I thought that was one of my favorites on the album. You know, at least in my top 10 or so. You know, the top third. I mean, is it? No, it's not. But that just goes to show you how many fucking great songs there are on that album. I think it is B. It would be a high B, though. Very high B. Maybe even top B. Maxwell Silver Hammer would be a high B as well. Real Love would be a high B. Oh my god, there's so many knockout classics here. Like, Across the Universe would be a classic. Dr. Roberts, fantastic. Please, Mr. Postman. You gotta hide your love away. I'm your mind. Get back. Yes, it is. What You're Doing, I really like. Yeah, it's just so tough. Long Till Say Late, Madonna. So many good ones. Not too many in D. Not that surprising. I think those are where they should be. It's strange, I noticed earlier as well, we got two Love Me Do's, even though they're very similar, but we don't have to Get Backs, and we don't have to Let It Be's, and Let It Be's are fairly different. Or, you know, somewhat different. I would think they're more different than these two. Across the Universe was the big one. That's between the single and the album version. They're very different. So I don't know why those aren't two separate choices. But Love Me Do is. Might have been a mistake. I'm not sure. But anyway, we'll just leave that there. And then I think I actually did pretty well. I think I'm pretty happy with these. I was actually thinking about Bad Boy. I actually do quite like Bad Boy a bit more nowadays. But if it is E, it would probably still be bottom E. But it's probably been slowed down. No it isn't. Anyway, look, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm probably never going to be 100% satisfied. But I think it's good. Obviously, the later album songs peter out from C onwards. I mean, B is almost... It's just a big chunk of late stuff. I don't know, it's still quite a few early stuff as well. I love early Beatles, like I said. Anyway, I could keep talking about the Beatles forever. So this is our last video. My voice is wrecked. I should probably end it at some point. So that is my Beatles ranking. And I will quickly just show you I will rearrange these so it goes from in order, chronologically, just so I can get a better idea of, how the albums stack. So I will do that now. One thing I'm just going to quickly do. Rain. I feel fine. She loves you. Okay. Now I'm done. Okay, final. Just, for the sake of formatting, put the albums in order, not the songs per se, but the albums. So you can have a look here. And I will put that in the comments section as well. And thank you very much for watching / listening. This has been a very rambly little list. And God bless.